Okay, it is 10 a.m. on May 21st, 2026, so I call to order the Board of County Commissioners. At this time, we had planned on, the agenda says that Mr. Commissioner Danny Tarkanian was going to lead us in the pledge. However, he's not online. We're going to go ahead and get started.
I am online.
Oh, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
But why did you have somebody else lead if I'm not there?
No. I was told that you weren't online, so I apologize.
I just joined.
Okay.
No, I just joined. It's okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him.
I just joined. It's okay.
Okay, very good. So yes, okay. So we'll still have Mr. Miller do the Pledge of Allegiance, or lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I should say. Thank you.
Fellow Americans, please say with me the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that being said, it appears that so we have three commissioners with us today in person, and then we are also joined by Commissioner Wes Rice online and Commissioner Tarkanian online as well. So that's good. The first order of business is public comment, and I would also indicate that just looking at the agenda, it appears to me that the agenda will run in length today. So I will indicate that depending upon where we are on the agenda, we will take a 1-hour break for lunch somewhere around the noon hour, depending upon where we are. Also, I want to indicate that a portion of this meeting is also regarding our Regional Transportation Commission, which is sitting jointly with us today. And so I want to recognize RTC Commissioner Ken Miller that's with us today from the town of Gardnerville. So thank you for joining us today. So anyways, I'm going to read the forum restrictions and orderly conduct of business before we go into the public comment. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The board may impose reasonable, content-neutral restrictions on public comment, such as comments that are on topics that are not within the jurisdiction, authority, or the control of the Board of County Commissioners, or if the content of the comment is willfully disruptive of a meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of other speakers. The presiding officer, which is myself, may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, and safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent any speaker from commenting should not occur. Okay, we try to make sure that everybody is given equal respect and time. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by myself. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights controlled by our Vice Chair, Mr. Tolbert. Okay, so that to ensure everybody has an opportunity to speak. You'll see a green light when you begin. We ask you to approach the podium, print your name so that we have it clearly into the record, and then state your name. And once you state your name, your time will begin. You'll hear a beep, and a yellow light will indicate that you have 30 seconds left, and you should conclude your comments at that time. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action or closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda, we have several today, and identified for possible action, we ask you to please wait until that time to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. We do allow you to speak during the opening public comment section on those items if you wish to. However, and return to whatever activities you have planned for the day. However, if you choose to use the opening public comment time to do that, then you will be forfeiting your time when that agenda item comes back before us. Okay? So just so we understand the ground rules. Public comment must be limited to matters that are within the jurisdiction control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment must be addressed to the chairperson and not to the members of the public, so that the board may possibly take future action on the issues that are raised by the public. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment.
Did the other two people want to go first that signed in already? Good morning. Ellie Waller. My first comment in public comment is on the glamping project at 176 US 50 Zephyr Cove, Nevada. It's an entitled 53 Key. They're using the word key like a hotel room. Lake Tahoe Ecological Campground year-round marketing description. I made a similar comment before our Planning Commission. Here's another reason you as a group should be encouraging Douglas County to take a greater interest on Tahoe through a memorandum of understanding so the Planning Commission and you as a board can weigh in on behalf of its residents. I have been informed by staff, and I want to thank staff for telling me that this project has been appealed by the appellant on a design review and will be coming forward in July. Here is the for sale partnership opportunity. The ownership is seeking a strategic joint venture capital partner. While the project is available for acquisition, the ideal scenario is a collaboration with experienced vertical hotel developer. This is a campground. Glamping may be glorified, but this is not a hotel. The sponsor, Rachel Bowers, has already invested heavily in the project to date. We are seeking a partner who will take a role in capital stack finalization and construction. The total CapEx is $32,500,000. They go in to proceed to tell you about what the per key costs at $525. There's a lot of information here that I will turn in. My second comment is I have an appointment at 11 and will not be here, I perceive, for item number 7. Discussion to direct staff to either proceed with or pause construction of Moeller Parkway Phase 2. Development agreements are voluntary. I think in the future, the Board of Commissioners, community development staff, whoever's making decisions, there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis to the county. Do not approve development agreements, projects, if a developer cannot pay their own infrastructure upfront first. It's phasing of these projects that need to be revisited as well, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Don Ryan. I'd like to talk about the stormwater management utility. I've been going to the meeting since September, and I've gone to numerous of the county commission meetings as well. And every single meeting they describe an impervious surface. An impervious surface has a legal definition, which is a material that doesn't allow fluids to be absorbed, such as concrete or asphalt. It's also an impervious surface is a type of surface that does not allow fluids, such as water and other liquids, to be absorbed through it. Common examples of impervious surfaces are concrete, asphalt, and certain types of tiles. During all these various meetings that I attended, they said, and I believe it was you, Commissioner Gardner, that was concerned about your pavers at one meeting. And my concern with it is the same as what you were addressing that meeting, that some things are impervious, like asphalt and concrete, tile, the roof of your house, things like that, and other things are not, or are pervious. where you look at the map and they've come up with this entirely different definition, both in the ordinance that allows them to consider gravel, rock, anything else that you do for landscaping in your yard, the unimproved access that you go from the street to your concrete apron in front of your house. They consider that now, according to the map. They consider if you've driven your vehicle in your backyard, that counts. And that's totally contrary to what they have said at all. I attended all their meetings except for one, and every one of them, they talked about impervious surfaces and identified them as concrete roof structures and things like that. And now they've changed that definition. This whole thing seems like it's rushed through, and there seems to be more time that needs to be taken to delve into this. I looked at the NRS, and I can only find one section that dealt with creating a enterprise utility, and that was section 266.290, I believe it was. And it dealt more with the city doing it. However, it applies also to a county. And there are numerous requirements that need to be met, and they haven't been. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Pat Lundvall. I'm here on behalf of...
I need you to speak into the microphone a little bit closer, please, so we can hear you. Thank you.
Is this better? I guess I'm taller than what I expected, okay? Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, and those that are on the line. I'm here on behalf of item 7, and I'm here to urge you to remove item 7 from your agenda because it does not accord with Chapter 241 of the Nevada Revised Statute that sets forth Nevada's open meeting law. Let me begin by asking whether or not that if you received a copy of the letter that I sent yesterday to Mr. Jackson identifying what the defects were within the notice that it set forth item 7.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Opening public comment is not a time for legal counsel to ask questions to the county commissioners. Counselor, if you want to make your legal arguments on behalf of your client, you're free to do so during your 3 minutes.
I will do so. What I was trying to do was to be time efficient. If you had seen the letter, then I would not have to read it into the record. But it appears that you have not, and so I intend to read it into the record. It was a letter that was addressed to Mr. Jackson. It was identified that we sent this letter on behalf of Park Ranch Holdings, LLC, and its related entities. It provides notice to Douglas County and its Board of County Commissioners and the Regional Transportation Commission of a noticing defect and open meeting law violation related to item 7 on May 21st, 2026 agenda. The agenda item, and I quoted the agenda item, in the interest of time I'm not going to read it, but it is a verbatim recitation of item number 7. I will not describe how the two actions that are set forth within item 7 are incongruent with each other, but I write to note that item 7 not only contemplates termination of the August 2024 contract amendment between RTC and Qualcomm to construct the northern segment, phase 2 of Moeller Parkway for $5 million, but it also contemplates the county's termination of the December 2019 development agreement with Park Ranch that was adopted by Ordinance 2019-1556A. A copy of the ordinance was attached to my letter, and the under section 6.1 of the development agreement required the county to construct 2 lanes of Muller Parkway through Park Ranch property within 6 years of the effective date. This obligation includes the northern segment of Muller Parkway or Phase 2, which is at issue under item 7. 6.1 of the development agreement further provides that, and I quote here, failure by county to timely construct Muller Parkway as set forth in the agreement constitutes a default which, if incurred, shall result in the reversion to the owner of all rights of way conveyed to the county by the owner pursuant to this agreement, with the exception of the easements, and I list then an APN number. In sum, rather than continuing to read this, I'm going to offer a copy to the clerk, but what the item 7 does not do is it does not provide any notice that your actions, if taken on item 7, would constitute a termination not only of a development agreement, but also an ordinance. An ordinance cannot be terminated by the notice that was given as part of this agenda item. It can only be terminated by another ordinance, and there is a long procedural history that is required before a second ordinance can be on this agenda.
Thank you.
With that,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Laurie St. Germain. I'm here to address the subject of the civil prosecution of Renate Schaubalt, S-C-H-A-U-B-L-E, of 2883 Lakewood Circle, South Lake Tahoe, which is in California, for violating NRS 86.213. This document was provided to the District Attorney 3 days ago. Renate Schaubalt / Blaum was permanently revoked from the Secretary of State of Nevada on January the 31st of 2017, as a copy attached, from holding a business license under the DBA of Quality Tax Service, LLC. She then continued to utilize the DBA as Quality Tax Service without the LLC. She prepares tax returns for multiple states, including California and Nevada. I, Laurie St. Germain, have been a victim of a fraudulent tax return prepared by Quality Tax Service for the tax year 2019, and I'm still dealing with the IRS for late filing, interest, and penalties caused by Quality Tax Service. The District Attorney has the legal obligation to enforce the statute that protects the public from Mrs. Schaubalt, DBA, Quality Tax Service in Douglas County, and the rest of the country. This document is to be part of the permanent record of the minutes of this meeting on May the 21st of 26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Marianne Park. I wanted to comment on the ongoing open meeting violations that I've been observing in Douglas County and really pose, I guess, a question to the board, which is whether or not you expect to follow your own rules and the rules that apply to you. The government is supposed to be a government of laws, not a government above the laws. I know at least one of our commissioners is running for Attorney General. The Attorney General is responsible for enforcing the open meeting law. This will be a good litmus test of whether or not Commissioner Tarkanian will make for a good Attorney General. The question is simple: do you respect the open meeting law or not? I need not remind you that any actions taken in violation of the open meeting law is void under Nevada law. A willful violation of the OML may also result in misdemeanor criminal charges and civil penalties pursuant to NRS 241.040. Conviction requires the member or members of the public body to vacate their seats. So if you violate the open meeting law, we might have every single commissioner and the district attorney required to vacate their seats. Why? The Nevada Attorney General's office is currently investigating the Board of County Commissioners, more specifically Charla Hales, for open meeting law violations that were reported in December of 2025 and January of 2026. The first complaint specifically relates to the county's clandestine decision not to construct the northern segment of Muller Parkway that was made in late November or early December of last year. And the fact that that secret decision was disclosed to third parties involved in the construction of the northern segment. The BOCC and RTC were advised by the Attorney General's office in writing in January of this year that they are under investigation for open meeting law violations described therein. The investigation relates to the exact same project that is now the subject of item 7. To the extent that the BOCC or the RTC may seek to rely on legal advice provided by the district attorney's office as the basis for their repeated violations of the OML by proceeding with item 7 today, that would be an action taken in bad faith since the BOCC and RTC have been apprised of the pending investigation by the Attorney General. In other words, the Douglas County District Attorney's Office may not be used as a shield for the BOCC and the RTC to escape liability now that the BOCC has been placed on written notice of prior OML violations related to this exact same issue. The Attorney General's Office has been furnished with a copy of Ms. Lundvall's letter, which is now a part of the public record. Each and every single one of you are on notice. This violation will be willful.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Well, I'm not going to threaten you, but I have a couple of comments. The other day I was driving across Muller Lane, however you want to pronounce it, and there was a gravel truck there, even though it was marked no trucks. So that needs to be enforced. Also, you've all received an email that came from Johnson Lane of a car going on East Valley that was struck by a rather large rock coming from a gravel truck. The rock almost went through the windshield and hit the driver. If it had, it would have been a major accident there. As it was extremely frightening for that individual. And you received the pictures of that. It was a rather large rock that hit it. This goes to covering loads and checking loads and making sure that they are safe. We really do need to enforce that. Another item that is going to come up a little bit later on, and I've spoken to a few of you about that, you need to figure out what's impervious and what's not impervious on this deal. It's going to be expensive for some of us that have desert landscaping. Anyway, that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning. This is your little advertisement, public service announcement to interrupt your public comment. I just wanted to come up and make sure that everyone was aware.
Hey, I asked you to speak your name.
Okay. Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. I just wanted to come up and remind everyone that early voting starts this Saturday from 10 to 2. We will be out at the Douglas County Community Center. We are closed on Sundays and on Monday, Memorial Day. We are going to be taking a full 2 days off Sunday and Monday in the elections office, and then we will be back Tuesday through Friday, June 5th, and Monday through Fridays, we will be there from 9 to 6. So early voting does start. We have new equipment this year for in-person voting that prints a full-size paper ballot. We're very excited about the new equipment. Mail ballots have gone out. If you did not opt out of receiving one, you should have received one and your sample ballot. If you have not, please check your voter registration. We have done a lot of cleanup on our voter rolls, and if you received a postcard and did not respond to it, you could potentially be inactive in our system. You're still able to come and vote in person, but you will not receive a mail ballot. So Election Day is Tuesday, June 9th, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have 5 vote centers, Douglas County Community Center, Cale Community Center, TRE Community Center, Indian Hills GID, and Washoe Tribal Community Center. The Tribal Community Center is a great facility. A lot of people are not aware that anyone that is a registered voter in Douglas County can go there. You do not have to be a tribal member. So that's a very easy in, easy out vote center. So feel free to utilize that one. And with that, I think I covered everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bergens.
Good morning, Jim Durso. Looking at Facebook yesterday, I found the posting regarding the stormwater utility. And like probably many others that commented on it, I think the last time I looked, it was close to 200 comments. Pretty shocked to see that what previously I had seen batted about in this room and other places, $10, $15 a month fee. Now suddenly, and all my neighbors are in the same boat, and many others that commented, I'm looking at, if I calculate what this fee or tax is going to cost me, it's over a 10% increase on my property taxes. That's no little thing. Now, I suspect, because I believe in the last meeting, previous to this one, I recall it would be in discuss that there was a flat fee for residences. And then someone brought up, one of you brought up, or a couple of you brought up, well, how about a tiered rate structure? Okay, so let's look at that. And that's the last I heard about that issue until all of a sudden the staff is putting out on this Facebook posting, oh, here's your rate. Now I'm looking at a quadruple whammy. You know, not only am I in the highest tier with beyond large, I'm also in a capital improvement area, which I have no idea what that is. Well, how it's going to affect me, which I can't imagine it's going to affect me. I've been there 23 years. I get so much of a puddle on my property in the hardest rains. So we don't, in my entire area, neighborhood, there is no issue there. But yet, somebody has a capital improvement that they're going to charge us quite a bit for something that I know is not going to benefit us. Now, I'm not against the stormwater utility fee of some sort, but this is not what I think most people have in mind. This is a huge tax burden. So this whole thing needs to be rethought. The structure is not equitable, it's not fair. The whole issue about impervious, which everybody has brought up previously, is very confusing and also unfair. We live in a rural environment. People use DG for paths. I drive my ATV or UTV around my 5-acre property. And I'll say one more thing with regards to the fairness of this plan. I know the ag community is exempt, and I agree with that. They should be. But where do you draw the line? I have 5 acres, 3 of which is raw land. I also have a retention pond on my land. Now, do I get any credit for that? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Good morning, Julie Duda. We heard about the $7.3 million federal grant received last week to mitigate stormwater at the alluvial fan out by Johnson Lane. It was a good job by Mr. Dallaire, Ms. Walker, and staff. Something that has been lost in translation are comments from property owners and others critical of the stormwater utility. The criticism is directed to the fee structure and not the mitigation effort. This is an important factor in the ongoing discussion. So some of the issues with the enterprise fee, not the mitigation projects, are, number one, strong concern about how costs will be distributed to property owners. Number two, confusion about how rates will be calculated and the subjective terminology such as impervious. Number three, concern about implementing an enterprise fee that circumvents the property tax cap without a vote of the people. Generally and historically, enterprise fees have an open wallet, no cap on rate hikes. My research and direct experience on enterprise fee for town trash and the sewer district shows recent increased fees of 50% and 125% respectively. On May 7th, the business impact statements were on the agenda. Statements reflected time, effort, and concerns from the business community. A link was provided to view the replies. They would have been more accessible if included with the supplemental data, in my opinion. Will they be included with the May 28th supplemental as relevant information? Another critical issue is inclusion of churches for enterprise fees, double fees for church members, and why place the burden of appeal on them? Will we consider adding them to the exemption list? The majority of county population gets overlooked as far as impact fees go. There are no public impact statements to provide impact information. We don't know how many people are on the financial cliff. This is a valid reason to ask for the 41,000 registered voters to decide. Let's have a vote of the people.
Thank you, Ms. Duda.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to address the commission. I'd like to address items 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4. These relate to...
I'm sorry, can you state your name, please?
Oh, Charles Heffernan, sorry.
Thanks.
Yes, I thought I did. 13.1, 13.2, 3, and 4 relate to the modification of the storm drain master plan in anticipation of actually approving the stormwater utility. Seems a little premature to be approving these prior to having the utility formed. But the other thing I think probably more glaring on this is that there's really there are no reference materials. It says at the bottom of 13.4, it says the plan will be presented and included in supplemental materials. So how are we supposed to prepare for this meeting if we don't have the opportunity to review the materials that are going to be presented to you for addressing these three items? There's nothing attached to any of the three reports in the copy that I pulled down off the internet. So if there are other materials, this is probably going to be addressed after lunch, but maybe not. So if there are other materials available, I'd like to have them so that we can prepare to talk about this item at that time. So that's really all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I should have, and I'm going to interrupt here just a minute, but perhaps I should have indicated to the members of the public what Mr. Heffernan is referring to it's my understanding that staff is suggesting that we not take any action on these items 13.2, 13.3, and 13.4 today because we will be putting those back on the agenda for next Thursday's meeting as well. And at that time, then there will be possible action. But I appreciate your comments. But this was a general announcement to the public, really. So thank you.
Jim Slade. Commissioners Tolbert, Tarkanian, and Rice. There is only one reason that your vote for the Perry Master Plan Amendment was not the worst board decision this century, and that is because that distinction belongs to the ill-advised board decision to approve the dubiously legal transfer of receiving area for Park Ranch from the Topaz area to the heart of the Carson Valley, and the subsequent decision to allow up to 25 homes to be built there. Your votes to approve the Perry request were based on reasoning that was not grounded in fact and ignored major aspects of the required findings. Here are just some of them. It is not your obligation to find a defensible path to yes. That is a pro-growth stance that ignores the public good. Your claim that it's not functioning as a valuable agriculture is solely because Perry has already sold off the water rights. He should not be rewarded for that. Your claim that the infrastructure is false. There is no water or sewer to that area. You ignored the clear and unambiguous meaning of the master plan goal to, quote, prohibit new receiving areas outside of urban service areas. You ignored the clear directive from the Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity that indicated that, quote, the expansion of the town boundaries will only occur after 85% build-out, which is not close to being achieved. You somehow seem to think that you know the desired character of Gardnerville better than the town board does, which is inane. The claim that you don't have the ability to tell the landowner it's not the right time for him to build is absurd and insulting. Of course you do. The board has every right to do that. If it doesn't meet all the required findings at this time, then you must deny it. The claim that it goes against your idea of owner's property rights is ridiculous. While we all believe in property rights, they're never unfettered. Every Gardnerville Town Board and Planning Commissioner member understands that, as do board members Gardner and Hales. If any of the three of you don't accept that, then you should resign from the board. You three don't seem to understand the clear concept of master plan amendments cannot be conditioned. There is no promise that affordable housing will be built there. It could be 770 market rate condos. It was particularly disappointing that Mr. Tarkanian kept trying to add a zoning change or other requirements to the agenda item, only to be repeatedly reminded that that wasn't on the agenda and could not be done. He should know better. Mr. Rice, you have the dubious distinction of having voted to approve both of the worst decisions of this century, a fitting way to bookend your 2 terms on the board. I believe that you voted to approve every single master plan amendment during your time on the board. Yet again, you sided with the wealthy developer to the detriment of the public, which in both cases strongly opposed the issue. All 3 of you ignored the clear requirements that the requests had to meet the letter and intent of the findings. You neglected the concerns of the community to benefit only the developer. The public deserves much better.
David Nelson. I just want to say ditto to what Mr. Slade just said. He's absolutely right. And there's other issues with the county that need to be resolved, and I hope they get resolved very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Moss. I have submitted public comments with attachments as part of your packet for item number 7. Before you act on this item, I urge you to stop and demand a full public explanation from county staff about Muller Parkway flood mitigation. Justice Hardesty's November 2025 findings of fact regarding Ordinance 2019-1556A and the development agreement points to one unavoidable question. Why has the county still not delivered the drainage and flood mitigation improvements Muller Parkway was supposed to have? County staff now says this road does not require urban standard drainage improvements, but the county's own 2017 transportation plan and Ordinance 1556A say the opposite. Muller Parkway is classified as an urban minor arterial, intended to serve the wider public as an alternate route to 395, with curb, gutter, and drainage and flood improvements required by county code and the design manual. Public records show that by June 2019, county staff already knew Buckeye Creek flood flows would threaten this roadway unless an upstream detention basin reduced those flows. Before the development agreement was approved, the county's engineering consultant said exactly that, and that analysis was circulated internally, not to the board. Those same records showed that an upstream basin at the DCSID property, of all places, could cut flows for more than 3,700 CFS, cubic feet per second, to about 300. That is not a minor detail. It tracks the same flow range staff later discussed in public. The county appears to have known the likely solution years ago, and the 2019 development agreement reflected that understanding. Exhibit G of the agreement showed a 100-foot drainage and multimodal corridor along Muller Parkway. The staff report and meeting minutes also referenced a Buckeye Creek detention basin and a flood control channel sized to roughly 200 to 300 CFS. So, if staff had this information before the agreement was adopted, the board and the public deserve to know why it was not fully disclosed in 2019 and why the county later abandoned the drainage channel approach shown in that agreement. Who authorized staff to alter or reinterpret a board-approved development agreement without direct board action? If staff knew that upstream detention at DCSID was essential, why was that not made clear to commissioners and to the public? These questions are even more urgent because a 2026 settlement letter said the DCSID site was never part of the negotiations, while the 2019 public record appears to show county officials already understood that site was central to upstream detention. This is about transparency, accountability, and public trust. The public deserves a direct answer about what was known, when it was known, who was informed, and why that information was not presented honestly and completely. I urge you not to move forward with this item until these questions are answered in public and on the record. The people of this county deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? I just want to remind folks, if you're speaking on items that are within our agenda for possible action, and you speak at this time, you'll be denied the opportunity when that item comes before us. So just a reminder.
Good. Donna Tanner for the record. Excuse my voice, allergies. I've been talking to multiple people, especially in my area, and the conversation has been going towards the fact that this wasn't put on the ballot for taxes, and people are feeling like this is being shoved down their throat. And the question they ask, and I don't really know the answer to this, and that's why I'm asking you, County Commissioners, Chairman, is the money for the storm utility critical to keeping the budget on track for this year and into the next, when the next budget comes in? I don't really know the answer to that, and I don't want to tell people something that I don't know the answer to, so I'm here today to kind of ask that question and see if there's an answer, because people are really feeling that this is being shoved down their throat, even though I know you guys have made a huge effort to go out and do workshops and tell people what's going on. It's not playing that way, and I can just tell you from people that I talk to. So if you could make that more clear, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
I have some.
I haven't closed public comment yet, so.
I have public comment.
You have a public comment. Okay. You want to do it from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
My public comment. First, I want to say I appreciate all of these, Charlotte Hales, all of these substantial issues, and I've taken notes, and I've heard and listened. Turning to a lighter and more wonderful note, we have this representation of the mountains in Carson Valley that we have known and loved for a long time, but we didn't have any representation, photos of our lakes. And it occurred to us some time ago that it would be wonderful to have a photo of Lake Tahoe and a photo of Topaz Lake to represent the other sections of our community and to add beauty and enjoyment to our county commission chambers. And Eric Cashinero, our public information officer, and I conferred on this, and we made a plan, and our plan worked. The plan was, let's not spend any public money on this. And instead, we have had donations from all of the commissioners and from 2 wonderful artists. And you can see the result of this in the back. So contributions for this came from the 5 county commissioners and Debbie Swickard and Jim Jackson. And the donations from the 7 of us were enough to cover the 2 photographs and the plaques. And if it's okay, I'd like to invite Eric Cashinero to come up and introduce who the artists are and provide more information. And that I'm done with my part. But I'm just so grateful to the artists.
And we appreciate your efforts.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Cashinero for the record. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you today. We do have our very own Kathy Kaiser here in the audience with us, and she is the artist that captured the Lake Tahoe photo there on the left. And then the other one was taken by a local photographer, Kippy Spilker. She's unfortunately not able to be here today, but we're really happy to showcase some local photographers here. And of course, some more beautiful views in this beautiful county. So yeah, really happy to have the representation. Thank you so much to those who donated. Thank you so much to Commissioner Hales. It's been quite a project to get to this point, but we're really happy to see him up on the wall here. So thank you so much.
Just adding another note for Kathy Kaiser, much of her artwork has been shown in county publications across the years, and she is generous and just a wonderful artist, a wonderful person to donate her time and her skills to the county in this way. So can we hear it for Kathy?
I thought you said you were done with public comment. Okay. Is there additional public comment?
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru, thank you for your donations for that photography. And if any of you commissioners would like to match your donations that you've put towards this artwork for this building for a donation to our stormwater utility fee, I think the citizens would be very grateful of that money coming into our utility fee fund. Thank you.
Is there an additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, I will close public comment, and I will make one comment to Ms. Sigero, is that we are subject to the same fees, same allocations, all the other residents are subject to, should this be approved. So, yes, we are. Thank you. Mr. Ritchie, you had a public, you had something to say, I think you had something to say about item 7 when that was addressed, so.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I very much appreciate public comment. It's great to hear the public's views on different items that come before the Board of County Commissioners. I always comment, I would hate to have your job because no matter what you do, some people are going to like what you did and some are going to hate it. One of the sayings I often say is reasonable minds can differ. Pat Lundvall, who is legal counsel for Park Ranch Holdings, and Mrs. Marianne Park both made legal arguments regarding whether a certain agenda item should be removed, that and a threat that a failure to do so would be a willful violation of Nevada's open meeting law. Ms. Marianne Park is a former colleague of mine, and with due respect, I disagree with the analysis of Nevada's open meeting law. The District Attorney's Office has reviewed the letter that has been sent by Ms. Lundvall, as well as the prior open meeting law violations that were filed with the Attorney General's office. And our legal opinion is that that agenda item does not need to be removed, and that if the board proceeds, it is not a willful violation. I will give you some context. I will start with Ms. Marianne Park's comments. She stated that there are 2 open meeting law complaints pending that are being investigated by the Attorney General's office. Therefore, while that investigation is going, if the board moves forward with this item, it is therefore a willful violation. That is not true. That is not accurate. Open meeting law violations involve not one commissioner, which has tried to be alleged. It's a violation by a quorum of the public body. In the case of the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners, that would require 3 commissioners to act in violation of Nevada's open meeting law. The 2 complaints that Mrs. Park referenced were filed by Mr. David Park and Mrs. Mary Ann Park. In the supplemental material, there is language used such as the county has been caught red-handed, there's a willful violation, and as Mrs. Park said today, continuing would be a willful violation. In abundance of caution, I called the Attorney General's office and spoke with the Chief Deputy Attorney General, Rosalie Bordalove, regarding those 2 complaints. The county has submitted responses to both of those complaints. I wrote those responses. I will say that, in my opinion, the complaints are frivolous and the AG will not make a finding. I asked her if the AG had made a finding, and she said no. They have had no correspondence with either Mr. or Mrs. Park since the time of the complaints and since they've received our response. So, to be clear, any allegation that the county has violated the open meeting law is not coming from the Attorney General's office. It's coming from the individuals who filed those open meeting law complaints. Having said that, I could be wrong. If the Attorney General does come forward and say that there was a violation, then the board will publicly put on the agenda an acknowledgement and take corrective action. I would hope that when the Attorney General's office comes back and finds there's no violation of the open meeting law as to the 2 complaints that have been filed, that apologies will also be publicly be made to the Board of County Commissioners, because they've been publicly accused of willfully violating the open meeting law, which has been stated, a willful violation could subject someone to criminal penalties. Now, moving on to Mrs. Lundvall, as she indicated, she is legal counsel for Park Ranch Holdings. I will say similarly that reasonable minds can differ as to whether the open meeting law would be violated. At this time, no open meeting law complaint has been filed. If one is filed, I'm sure the Attorney General will reach out to the county and request a response, and it will go through that process. As to the legal arguments regarding the development agreement, the ordinance, those will be made before the court. And I would say, Mrs. Lundvall, I'll see you in court, but that's not going to happen. Because on May 28th, Senior Justice James Hardesty, April 28th, Senior Justice James Hardesty entered an order disqualifying Ms. Lundvall and the law firm of McDonald Carano from further participation in this legal matter. Specifically, McDonald Carano is disqualified from representing Park Ranch in this matter due to violations of Nevada Rules of Professional Conduct 1.7b and 1.7b4. For those of you who don't know, the Nevada Rules of Professional Conduct are the rules of conduct and ethical conduct for attorneys licensed in the state of Nevada. Because of the violations of these rules, Ms. Lundvall and her firm, McDonald Carano, as of April 28th, 2026, is barred and disqualified from representing Park Ranch. Now, any of the arguments that she made today, I'm sure future legal counsel may or may not make, but that will be before a judge. It's not before this board in a public comment period. And the famous words of a movie I like, that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. With that, yes.
At this time, I'd like to state that I have never received any correspondence of an open meeting violation investigation as a member of the RTC board.
Thank you. Okay, with all of that, public comment is hereby closed. I will move into item number 4, approval of the agenda, after which time we will take a quick break. Okay, so at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Before we go into a recess of the Board of County Commissioners and then go into a meeting of the Board of Commissioners with the Regional Transportation Commission, we will take a 5-minute break and return at 11 o'clock. Okay, so we can come out of recess and go back into our meeting. So item 5 is a recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of County Commissioners sitting jointly with the Regional Transportation Commission. I would like to indicate that there are 3 members that sit on the Regional Transportation Commission. That's 2 commissioners, 2 Board of County Commissioners, and a member at large of the largest township in the county, which happens to be the town of Gardnerville. And that's why Mr. Miller sits on this board in that regard. Some of you may question why only 3 members sit on that particular board. And I had the same question when I was out there. And I had to research that in the NRS, and NRS specifically says that it designates how the RTC is comprised. So in order to change that, which I would have loved to have done, would have required an action by the state legislature, and I wasn't going to go down that road because I didn't think I was going to be successful. So anyways, so the Regional Transportation Commission agenda, item 6.1 for possible action. I'll read both of these items I'll read one obviously at a time. Okay. For possible action discussion to approve the draft minutes of July 18th, 2025 Regional Transportation Commission meeting. That is being done by Phil Richter, our Director of Public Works. On this item, there will only be available 3 votes. Commissioner Rice, myself, and Commissioner Miller. So, Phil?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. So this is while we're sitting jointly here, this is the first meeting of the calendar year for the Regional Transportation Commission. And as such, this is the first opportunity to bring back the minutes from the last RTC meeting, which was on July 18th, 2025. Those minutes are in draft form on your packet. And if there are any other questions or changes, then I would call for a vote.
Mr. Rice, are you back with us?
I am.
Do you have any questions regarding the minutes?
I do not.
Okay. So,
can we, then I'd seek a motion to.
I move that we approve the draft minutes of July 18th, 2025 Regional Transportation Commission meeting.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried 3-0.
Okay. Item 6.2 for possible action discussion to elect and maybe, I don't know if I'm proper reading this into them because I'm not serving as the chair currently. Huh? I'm in transition. Oh, so I can still read it? Okay. For possible action discussion to elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson for the Regional Transportation Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Purpose of this is that we elect a chair and a vice chair each year, and this is our first meeting of the 26 years. So,
again, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. As we have traditionally done with RTC, we'll take these, while this agenda item is for both the chair and vice chair, we have traditionally taken them one motion at a time. So at this time, I'd open it up for discussion on selection of a chair for the remainder of this calendar year. I make a motion that we nominate Mark Gardner as chairman of the RTC Commission.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote.
Aye.
Okay, I'll vote yes.
Aye.
Okay.
All right. And the second item then is selection of the vice chair for the balance of the calendar year.
You want to do it or you want him?
No, I'll do it.
Okay, so I will move for the appointment of Mr. Ken Miller as the vice chair of the RTC. For the
Second.
That motion was seconded.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's probably, okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I second the motion.
Okay, there we go. Motion by myself, seconded by Commissioner Rice to appoint Ken Miller as the vice chairperson of the RTC for December 31st, 2026. Sensing no discussion.
Right.
You're not going to get out of this one.
Commissioner Rice has voted yes already, so it's up to you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I already did.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Motion approved 3-0.
My term ends at the end of this year. And at that time, I will not be putting a new application in for another term. Just so you're aware that I will not continue as chairman or vice chairman of this.
So if nominated, you will not serve, and if elected, you will not serve, right? Yeah,
That's
okay.
exactly correct.
Okay, as we've heard before. Okay, very good. I think that completes item 6.1 and 6.2, and now we'll go into item 7, joint meeting of the administrative agenda, us sitting jointly. I did want to indicate that when we get to the point in time, should there be a motion that is required or recommended, that some members will be voting, or a motion would be available to the Board of Commissioners, but a second motion would be available to the Regional Transportation Commission, at which time just Commissioner Rice and Commissioner Miller and myself will be voting on those items. Okay, so at this time we have, I'll read it into the record for possible action, discussion to direct staff to either proceed with or pause construction of Muller Parkway Phase 2 improvements, PWP DO 2024-227, pending resolution of the Muller Parkway litigation, and for staff to issue a change order to remove Phase 2 from the scope of work under the current contract with Qualcomm Contractors Incorporated at this time, based on the county's inability to proceed with construction. This is being presented by our county engineer, Jeremy Hutchins, joined by our deputy district attorney, A.J. Hames.
Thank you, Mr.
Floor is
Chairman.
yours.
Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer. So yeah, this is item 7, discussion on Muller Parkway Phase 2. So just to get oriented, here's the overall vicinity map. Muller Parkway, for this part of Muller Parkway anyway, it's been phased over many years. Starts down at Toller, kind of ends at the terminus, but there are 4 phases. The phase we're talking about this morning is this kind of yellow highlighted phase. I'm drawing the pointer over now. It's just past the new roundabout at Buckeye Road. Here's a more enlarged area and the kind of a picture of some of the problems we're having. The right-of-way in this exhibit is basically, this is the southern boundary right here. And this is just an example of a culvert crossing. There was some intent to do a permanent drainage easement on Park Ranch's land, and it's shown more completely And it's very difficult to see because the area is small, but there's slope easements, encroachments for access, and encroachments for the ends of the culverts highlighted along blue, along the kind of south border as I'm dragging my cursor along. Those lands we do not have a permanent easement from Park Ranch to do so. We do not have ability to occupy from the court. So the contractor did request that we consider, wrapping up his contract. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hames for some legal talk.
Thank you, AJ Hames for the record. So there are some physical impediments to being able to construct the road, as Mr. Hutchings indicated. We don't have access to land that's necessary for certain slopes, points of access to the future Buckeye Farm specific plan area, and then culverts that need to be installed, largely for irrigation and continuing those to the south and west side of the future Moeller Parkway. In addition to those sort of physical impediments to constructing phase 2 at this time, there are also some legal claims, and I do want to just go over those briefly. So just as a review, the reality is that Moeller Parkway phase 2 is designed consistent with county standards, as well as the terms of the 2019 development agreement with Park Ranch Holdings. It is designed to be built above grade, and so in effect, this will, during 100-year or larger flood events, it will redivert floodwater that would normally have crossed where Moeller Parkway will be installed and push some of that floodwater to the north. Those are areas that have been designated in the Buckeye Farm specific plan for floodplain and native pasture, as well as some agricultural areas. Now, Park Ranch has objected to this design for Moeller Parkway. They have asserted various claims against the county, both by way of a complaint and intervention that was filed in a lawsuit initially commenced by Ashland Park, and then also by way of counterclaims that were filed against the county in the county's eminent domain action to take ownership of those areas that Mr. Hutchings just identified on the prior map. Among those claims are, first, a claim that Park Ranch will suffer millions of dollars in damages from the redirection of floodwater. Essentially, without getting too much into it, there is just the claim, the general claim, that the county's design of Moeller Parkway will result in millions of dollars in damages to Park Ranch. They haven't given a specific number of what that is, although in prior communications with the public and various commissioners, they've indicated that the claim could be anywhere in excess of $15 million to $20 million or even more dollars. Now, while we don't believe that that claim is going to ultimately be successful at trial, there is nevertheless the possibility that if the road is constructed, that the county could be on the hook, and the taxpayers, therefore, could be on the hook for, a $15 to $20 million award. In the alternative, Park Ranch has also claimed in the lawsuits that the time to construct Moeller Parkway has expired, that the county was not entitled to any type of extension of time, and that therefore the right-of-way for Moeller Parkway should revert to Park Ranch Holdings, and that all improvements within the right-of-way, meaning any road that's already been constructed, should be removed. Essentially, all of what we've built now should be removed, and anything we continue to build would also have to be removed. Again, the county does not believe that these claims will be successful, but nevertheless, those are outstanding possible claims that are putting a cloud over this project and creating doubt as to the final cost of the project if it is completed. So for those reasons, the county is staff, our office, until those claims can be resolved, and we have trial scheduled for October of this year, until those claims can be resolved and we get a ruling from the court, we do not believe it would be beneficial for the county to continue with the construction of phase 2 at this time. So our recommendation is for the board, first, the Board of County Commissioners, to direct staff to pause construction of Phase 2 until the legal matters can be resolved in court. And then following that determination, there is going to be a request that the Regional Transportation Commission also take action, and I will have Jeremy explain that piece of this item.
Right, so without the ability to install the culverts, it's almost, maybe not the very first order of work, it's certainly near it. And you can see there's a recent photo of the stockpiled culverts on site. I think there's 5 culverts off the top of my head on Phase 2. It makes it just impractical to continue with construction. Pierre Ithbaru with Qualcomm, it's a tough name, then suggested by this emails why we're here is that, you know, maybe we should wrap up this phase of construction or pause it to give them opportunities to pursue other jobs.
So just kind of reiterating what Mr. Ritchie said earlier, not for consideration today. We are not asking the board or the Regional Transportation Commission to take any specific action with regard to the 2019 amended development agreement with Park Ranch Holdings. We're also not asking for the board to take any specific action with regard to the ordinance that adopted that development agreement, which is Ordinance 2019-1556A. We are simply asking today that the board direct staff on whether to pause or continue construction of Phase 2, and then whether or not the RTC should amend the contract with Qualcomm to remove Phase 2 from the scope of work. That is the entirety of the item today, and that is all that we're asking the board to consider.
Thank you. Questions now? Okay, so there's so there's 2 actions that are recommended, but we'll first ask for questions by the board, and then we'll go to public comment on this as well. So, any questions?
I do have one quick question. You said that this be paused until this is settled at trial. Me being the eternal optimist, that also could mean we could come to some agreement before that time, right, and still continue construction after that. Should we be able to come to some agreement with Park Ranch before that?
Yeah, AJ Hames for the record. Certainly that's possible. Perhaps as an attorney, I'm the eternal pessimist, but I hope that's not true. It would be disappointing. But yes, you are correct. Trial scheduled for October. The commencement of, that's when trial is set to commence and end. It ends at the end of that month. And so we hope that that would be the date. But as you noted, if the parties are able to discuss a resolution that's agreeable to everybody, then certainly that would also be an opportunity for us to recommence construction. The point is just a pause. While there are these legal issues pending, it does not make sense, in our opinion, to continue with the project. And so whether that's resolved through litigation or through negotiations, we are just asking that we pause pending the resolution of those claims.
I actually think that's a very good question, and so as the board, we possibly could change that motion to say until the litigation or resolution is agreement is resolved. Would that be appropriate,
Hames,
Mr. Hames?
Again, for the record, I think that is a good idea. I think as written, it actually encompasses both outcomes. It doesn't say until trial, it says until the litigation is resolved. So if there was some kind of resolution, some settlement agreement, something along those lines, then that would also be a resolution of the litigation. So I think you can stick with the motion as written there if you want to go that direction. Yeah, just to clarify, if once, depending on what the Regional Transportation Commission does, once construction is recommenced, if we remove Phase 2 from the scope of work with Qualcomm, that will effectively end their contract. They've completed all the rest of the work, and so they would be relieved from that contract. So once we decide to recommence Phase 2, if the RTC removes that from the scope of work of Qualcomm's contract, then we would have to find another contractor to take on that project. It could be Qualcomm again, but it would have to go through a bidding process.
Thank you. Did I hear a commissioner online raise their hand or ask a question?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman. It seems obvious to me that the city is going to be liable to remove all the asphalt that we would be putting down if the court decision went the wrong way. And so I don't see any choice at this time other than to stop the construction.
Mr. Turk.
That was my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have any comments?
No, I agree with what Commissioner Rice just said.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, Commissioner Miller, did you have any questions in this regard? No. On any of this? Okay, very good. So then, if there's no other questions, I guess we need to go to public comment. I do want to conclude this item. We will see this item to fruition, okay, and then take a break for lunch at that time. So I just want.
Will not be voting on the first motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Only the 5 sitting commissioners will. Yeah. However, they won't be voting on the second item. Okay. Okay. So at this time, then it's time for public comment, right? So.
Just suggesting that we take item 12 before lunch as well, because there are people here who have come for that specific item.
That looks quick, so yes, I'll concede that. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. Okay, as Commissioner Hales has indicated or requested, we will hear this item through fruition, whatever the decisions are. Then we'll move to item 12 and resolve that one, and then we will break for lunch and come back and resume our agenda as proposed. So, Mr. Zero, sorry to interrupt.
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru, I want to repeat and amplify Mimi Moss's comments about this item and I've seen these documents. In mid-2019, which was 6 months before the Park Development Agreement actually came forward to the board, there is correspondence between R.O. Anderson, Tom Dallaire, which was also passed on to Jennifer Davidson, and Courtney Walker, that the flood mitigation for Muller Parkway, the Buckeye Creek area, needed the Douglas County Sewer Improvement District's sewer pond as the upstream place to catch the water and capture most of the 3,778 cubic feet per second water. If that upstream thing, this was the part of the plan, would have been built and approved, which the county subsequently didn't approve that, then the water through Muller Parkway would be in the 300 range, which is a safe level for flood events. And most importantly, this correspondence between R.O. Anderson and our county officials was never, ever, ever told to the commissioners or the public. It's just outrageous. My husband was a commissioner at the time, and we as the public know. And so when the sewer district pond went away as being able to be used for that purpose, it's been what? It's been a year, I guess, of secret, or 19 to 26. That's 7 years. It's been a closely held secret that the upstream flood basin was not told to anybody. And even instead, we hear people like Commissioner Hales or other people saying, oh no, the flood situation is all under control. No, we don't need drainage. No, we don't have to do this. Don't we have to do that? And yet it was absolutely part of the plan to have the sewer pond be the upstream catch basin. This is the most outrageous thing. I bet you're surprised, Mr. Slade, that was supposed to operate that way. And then it didn't happen, and then they kept it a secret. And it's only been revealed during this campaign season after much research from Mimi Moss about that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson, my suggestion is you put this whole project on hold. Go back to when it started, the 2,500 homes, put that on hold, get rid of the whole thing. This is nothing more than a scheme to get another quarry in the valley that we do not need. It has been obvious since day one. I've been listening to all these arguments going on. I've been listening to all the campaign arguments going on, and that quarry is the crux of this whole thing. We do not need another one. We already have a problem with Painted Rock and everything. So put this whole project on hold. Maybe never bring it back into the future again. If they want to tear up all the road that's there, fine, let them do it. No 2,500 homes. Go all the way back to the very beginning of this thing and correct it from that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Lundvall, here again on behalf of Park Ranch Holdings. Since my comments were only directed at the procedural point of it, I wanted to address the substantive aspect of item number 7.
We're comfortable with that, okay? So, yes, and since you're the attorney involved in this, take as much time as you need.
Thank you,
please.
sir. First and foremost, wanted to remind you that the development agreement in and of itself required special notice to Park Ranch, and there was no special notice that was given to Park Ranch. That's my point number 1. Point number 2 is that the district attorney has given you information about the trial date in this case and has led you at least to believe, and I think members of the public to believe, that October of 2026 is the trial date. That is the current trial date, but your own counsel has already asked for a 9-month extension of that trial date. And so to suggest that somehow that this is a short pause in construction would not be accurate and would be misleading, in fact, based upon your own counsel's request then for extension of those dates. Point number 3, and that is this. If phase 2, what is referred to also as the northern segment, is not completed within a timely standpoint or within the self-imposed extension of that due date for construction, it's not just segment 2 or the phase 2 or the northern segment that reverts back to Park Ranch. It's the entirety of the property that was originally dedicated back in 2019 that reverts back to Park Ranch. So we're not just simply talking about failure to construct in a timely basis reverts only a partial portion of Muller Parkway, but the entirety of it.
Thank you.
David Nelson. As has been said, I was on the commission in 2019 when this was heard as the Park Development Agreement. And at the time I made the comment, this is the worst development agreement I had ever seen. I still think it's the worst development I have ever seen, agreement that I've ever seen. And I'm just amazed at the chutzpah. I'm not sure how to spell that, by the way. But regardless of the spelling, of this board and the county, I can't believe that they couldn't keep Muller Parkway inside of a 205-foot easement. You need 80 feet for the road, but you put it all the way over to the west, and then you had the chutzpah to claim eminent domain. Now, I got to tell you, that's something else that I just can't believe. First, you make a mistake, and then you go eminent domain to take property from a private owner. Congratulations, you get the prize.
Good morning. My name is Jim Hales, and I think everybody in the room knows this. I am related to one of the commissioners. Normally, I don't speak on public
That's not me,
comments.
by the way.
Normally, I don't speak on public comments because I am not as knowledgeable as the commissioners, all of them together. In this case, however, I was called upon because of my experience as an attorney to assist on a corollary matter unrelated to what is in front of you today. But because of the allegations and the way these matters were raised, I became involved and did, in fact, study this. So I have something to say about it. When 40 years ago, 39 years ago, when I was first learning how to be a trial attorney, one of my mentors taught me something. He said, look, if the issue that's being tried is not one that you can win, then try a different issue. Take the jury's attention and focus it on this separate issue. That is what is happening today in this proceeding with this issue. There's only one issue before you, whether or not you continue or don't continue the construction of this or delay the construction of this issue. That's it. Everything else that's coming in today is intended to put this away so that you can't see that one issue. So I encourage you to focus on the issue and make the decision on that issue. And all this other stuff that's going on, that's part of the public record, just forget about it. That doesn't relate to what's going on here. People may have other motivations, whatever, I don't know. We'll deal with those things separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on item number 7?
Jim Slade. Chutzpah, C-H-U-T-Z-P-A-H. A good word to know. Muller Parkway theoretically was built as a bypass, but of course it was never really going to be a bypass. That much was clear. Trucks are still prohibited on all of Muller Parkway at this point in time, regardless of whether it's been built or not. That road was only built to facilitate development. And I don't think anyone can honestly suggest that once those homes are built, that road facilitates that the traffic will be better anywhere in Douglas County than it is now. It will clearly be worse, particularly on Highway 395 through the towns. So let's dispel with that ridiculous idea. And I think it's unfortunate that this issue is being treated as a campaign issue. I think that takes chutzpah to try to interject to belittle Ms. Hales, and I'm disturbed that this has become a campaign issue. It shouldn't be discussed as such in a public meeting. I agree with Mr. Jackson that the best thing, what would be in the county's best interest and the public's best interest, which should be the same, were it possible, would be to unwind the clock. If the parks are so damn unhappy that they keep filing lawsuit and after lawsuit after lawsuit, then let's just unwind the clock. Let's take that, disband the development agreement. Let's send the receiving area back to Topaz where it belongs. I'm not an attorney, but I thought that was of dubious legality and should have been challenged. I still don't understand it. That took some chutzpah. So that would be my preference. If it were, perhaps I should ask the chief civil deputy DA if there's any possibility of unwinding the clock, because that would be the solution that would be in the best interest of the community as a whole. And if you put that to a vote, it would pass, of course, with only Commissioner Rice voting against it.
Additional public comment on item number 7. Yeah, I want to make sure. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Rice, oh no, we're still in public comment, so we haven't closed that, so I can't ask them yet. Oh, my mistake. Okay, so sometimes I do that. Okay, sensing no further public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Our county manager has something she wants to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I had a response to public comment. There were concerns about what was said and represented to the County Commission on the December 3rd, 2019 board meeting, in which the development agreement, which is not the subject of discussion today, was approved by the County Commission at that time. In public comment, as part of the materials that were submitted by Ms. Moss, she included 3 pages of the minutes from that meeting. I would encourage the members of the public to pull, I think when I looked at it, all 80 pages of those minutes and read them. You can read for yourself verbatim what staff said on the record regarding that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions before we entertain motions?
Commissioner, Chairman Gardner,
Go ahead.
I wanted to correct your statement. You never make a mistake.
Okay. Well, you certainly point them out from time to time. So, okay. And as you know, and as I remember, and so I wanted to make just a quick statement. As I recall, and I don't have that direct information in front of me, but I believe that the DC SID basin was brought up during the discussions of 2019 in regards to the development agreement, and the board discounted the use of that as storm retention in the process of approving that 2019 agreement. So, but I'll need to go back and review my records on that. So, anyways. So that's where we are. Commissioners, any other questions before any other questions of staff before we look at proposed motions? No? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion of some sort. Now we have a recommended motion in the packet, and we have that recommended motion. I'm not sure which one you want us to use, Mr. Hames.
AJ Hames, for the record,
that's
the
desire.
motions that are demonstrated on the board are sufficient if you want to follow those.
Okay, very good. So I'll entertain a motion by any of the 5 Board of County Commissioners at this point in time, and then we'll take the RTC issue.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rice.
I move that we direct staff to pause construction on Muller Parkway Phase 2, improvements PWP number DO 2024-227 until the legislation is resolved or otherwise, period.
Okay. So I have a motion. Huh? I think he meant litigation. Yes. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert, to direct staff to pause construction on Muller Parkway Phase 2 improvements, PWP number DO 2024-227, until the litigation is resolved, as stated. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did I hear Mr. Tarkanian also?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and that's an aye on you, on your part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Two ayes up there and 3 ayes down here. Commissioner, okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, so with that, then we will go into the second item, the Regional Transportation Commission. Once again, there's only 3 votes available here, Commissioner Rice, myself, and Commissioner Miller, and I'll entertain a motion by either one of you two.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to issue a change order.
That include TC
Yes,
also.
yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to issue a change order to remove Phase 2 from the scope of work under the current contract with Qualcomm Incorporated.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Rice to direct staff to issue a change order to remove Phase 2 from the scope of work under the current contract with Qualcomm Incorporated, as stated. The only thing I would indicate, Mr. Miller, because you had a question about that, is that we were sitting as a joint board to hear public comment, okay? We heard public comment.
I just
so now-
wanted to be sure that we did not make an error in public comment.
Absolutely. As Commissioner Tarkanian points out,
Because
yeah,
we have-
okay.
we are subject to open meeting law.
So we have, okay, yes, we are. You're right. So with that, we have a motion and a second. So any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And my vote also aye. So those 2 motions pass. Okay, there we go. Okay, so thank you very much for that presentation. And I will now adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners sitting jointly with the Regional Transportation Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. We're, as requested, we're going to move to item number 12, I believe it is. Is that right?
With that, I'll
Thank
step
you.
away.
With that, yes. Mr. Miller, thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Miller had a procedure, 2 stents put in on Tuesday, and he's here today. So we're glad to have him and glad you're still with us. So thank you for attending. Okay. So we'll go into item number 12 now for possible action. Do we have Miss Adie here? Oh, okay. Okay, for possible action, presentation of the proposed walls mural project to be located at the Douglas County Community Arts Center, and discussion to approve the mural rendering concept for the project pending approval of a special use permit by the Douglas County Planning Commission, and to authorize the Community Service Director to enter into all necessary agreements for the project at no cost to the Douglas County. Ms. Brooke Adie, Community Development Director. Community Service Director, sorry. I don't think you want community development, do you? Okay. You have enough on your plate, but not adding that, right? Okay. So with that, thank you.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to share this amazing project that we have been working on. I'm Brooke Adie, I'm the Community Services Director, and I have with me Eric Brooks, who is the Culture and Art Program Manager for Visit Carson City, and then I also have Brian Fitzgerald, who is with the President of the Carson Valley Arts Council. So public art and murals is something that is very new to me, so I've been trying to navigate this entire process. This opportunity kind of came to us about a month or so ago, but it really hit the ground running last Monday. So this has been like a week and a half of hurry up and get everything together so that we can bring something before you and start presenting stuff to the community so that we can get this project going. So the goals of my presentation are really, we're going to talk about the Dust and Wonder
Dust and Wonder. I really have to make sure I emphasize that it's not Dustin, he's not a person. So the Dust and Wonder Trail project, and the funding for this project, where it's coming from. We're going to talk about Walls, which is like the overall project that this mural will be a part of. I'm going to talk to you about the artists. We're going to talk about murals in general, the concept of murals and what this mural will represent, and the timeline. So what I'm seeking from you all today is for an approval to move forward with this concept. I don't have any renderings of a mural to present at this time. I'll show you the space of where we'd like the mural to go. But you know, if I get approval to move forward with this project, then what we're going to do is we're going to work with the Carson Valley Arts Council. So they have a group of visual artists who we will work with in conjunction with the artists to really finalize the theme of what we're doing and the images that we want to paint on the building. And then we want to go to our Parks and Rec Advisory Board for final approval of the actual mural itself. And then on July 14th, I am set to go before the Planning Commission to get an approval for the special use permit, which is necessary for us to actually put the art on the building. And so this project is called, it's the Walls Project. And so it's a docu-series that is following multiple artists. So I think there's 7 artists. There's going to be 7 episodes. They're artists from around the world, and they're going into local communities, different communities, and they're putting murals on. And it talks about the process of how a mural is developed, the engagement with the community, what the communities represent. And so we have a spectacular opportunity to be episode 2, which is going to be all about Carson Valley. And it's going to talk about, the artist is going to be here for 2 weeks, so I'll get into that a little bit more, but he'll be talking with and looking at the community. So it's not just about the mural itself, it's about the community as a whole and what will bring people to this community to see this artwork. So to talk a little bit more, so I said it's going to be the Walls mural project, and it's going to be episode 2. I want to talk about the funding, and I'll have Eric talk about it. I want to say very clearly, this project is not being funded with general fund. It's not being funded with county funds. We have an amazing opportunity to receive funds from a grant that Visit Carson City got. And so Eric, I will let you talk about that a little bit, please.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Eric Brooks, for the record. The Dust and Wonder Trail is quite the project. It was submitted in a collaboration between Carson City, Carson Valley, Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City as one grant application that was submitted by Visit Carson City and was awarded $635,000 and change as a 10-year project. The first 2 years would be for public art infrastructure. And so I am one of the leads for Carson City. Brian Fitzgerald is a lead from Carson Valley, and A. Perry, the director for St. Mary's Art Center and also on the Virginia City Tourism Authority, is the lead from Virginia City and that general area. So we have worked tirelessly to be able to find the best way to have a public art influence that will benefit the communities, but also be a draw for tourism. So we've already talked a little bit in the past about the sculptures, but today we have the opportunity to add a mural to that mix. So this would be a large-scale, site-specific mural created by the artist Rafael Blanco, and then a docu-series would be created by Guerra Productions alongside with that artwork being produced. So the budget there is $68,000. As Brooke mentioned, that complete amount of $68,000 will be covered through the grant, and that'll pay for the artist's design, the artist's materials, the artist's time, and also everything to do with the production. So at the end of the day, Carson Valley will end up with a beautiful mural that is created specifically for this community, and also a docu-series that will be at your for your use, any way you would like to use that for tourism or other things. And also you'll be able to be front and center as part of this 7-series docu-series for America and the world to see what an amazing place it is here in Carson Valley. So it's, as Brooke also mentioned, this is an incredible opportunity to be able to be part of this on many different levels. And so we're excited to have your thoughts and your hopeful permission to move forward with this project. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions or observations? Commissioner Tarkanian, did you have any questions or observations?
No.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Rice. I do have one question.
Okay.
Have they decided on a site for this work?
Brooke 80, I do have several more slides to talk more about the project, but I think he was saying, does anyone have any question on the funding or the partnership between Visit Carson City, the Dust and Wonder Trail, and Douglas County in that space? Do you guys have any questions on that? Okay.
I have none. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt your presentation.
No, very good. Thank you. Okay. And then, so this is Dr. Oscar Guerra, and so he is the one who is going to producing the docuseries, and he has partnered with PBS, and so this will be aired on PBS, the entire series. So he is the company that the Dust and Wonder Trail is contracting with to bring the artists and to pay the artists. So he is the one who will be doing the documentary. So now I want to talk about the impact that murals can have on the community. And I've been able to learn a lot through this process with the help of Eric, Brooks, Brian, and then Raphael, the artist himself, because he has traveled around the entire world and he has done murals. And I'll show you some of his work that he's done locally and throughout the country. But murals can have a really strong positive impact on the community. This documentary is really going to highlight the artist's creative process. It'll highlight our community culture. He'll be here for 2 weeks painting. So we're going to take him around and meet with people within the community, and he's going to do interviews. We'll take him to, the local places that really speak to our valley and our culture, and probably partner with Visit Carson Valley a little bit too. He's a nationally renowned artist. Art like this can attract people from all over the world, all over the country, and it really demonstrates what we are as a community. And so this can have a significant impact for tourism, economic vitality, but also brings a lot of pride to the community. And so I think that those are really important aspects when we're talking about public art, the impact that it can have on the community. So here's the location that we're talking about putting the mural. So this is the Carson Valley Cinemas building, which is our our community arts center. Raphael was in town a couple months ago. He was working on some art up in Reno. He did some artwork at Circus, and he had the opportunity to come down and meet with us on site and look at the building. And so there are 3 images here, and the way that the mural will go is it will start on the shoe tree side of the building, and then wrap around the front and go along the side. It's not going to take up the entire sides of the building because he only has 2 weeks in order to be able to do this, and so we are a little bit limited on time. The sign where it says Carson Valley Cinemas, we will remove that before he comes and does his artwork, but that is the location of where the painting will be, the mural will be. So this is all happening very, very quickly because we are limited on time. The funding that Visit Carson City has for this project, the Dust and Wonder Trail, will end at the end of September. And so that's why all of this has been moving pretty quickly, is that we want to make sure that we've got the funding allocated, the project approved, so that he can come, because he's scheduled to come here August 3rd through the 16th for 2 weeks. So he'll be working on site for the entire time, about 10 to 12 hours a day, weather permitting. The things that he'll need in order to complete the artwork, he'll need a boom lift, which will be rented. We'll, block off areas of the parking lot for safety so that it's not interfering with his ability to do the art. And then I've had a lot of questions about the artwork itself on the building and how it lasts and how it's protected from all of the elements and all of that. And so he is a professional. He does this all over the world. And the way that he does it is he puts 2 coats of a protective coat on the paint. They do protect it from the weather so it can continue to be vibrant and long lasting. What he's saying to me is there's no future maintenance needed, and the mural is going to be high enough off the ground because I'll go back here. If you can see here, where we're looking at it, it might come down these pillars, but it's really going to be above this line. So it's going to be out of reach from people who might want to do some graffiti. So it's going to be pretty high up. And so little maintenance, and then when he's done, the painting area will be all cleaned and it'll be good to go.
So the thing I was going to ask you about it, so I'm glad that you put this slide up because I was concerned about the UV and the weather, and I'm sure that members of the public were also concerned about that, and especially the other line there, no future maintenance needed. If there is future maintenance needed, once again, those costs will have to be borne by the Carson Valley Arts Council, right?
Yeah, that is correct. So if in the future there is maintenance that will be needed, then it will be a cost that we will have to incur. A lot of the paints that he's using is similar to, when you paint your house, and I don't know if you want to speak more to that, but it is intended to be long lasting and to continue to keep its vibrancy.
Yeah, I'll jump in here real quick. The paints that he's using, the bucket paint will be 30-year premium, and then with the UV coating on there, it really is going to be vibrant, as you mentioned. And the artist wants nothing more than the community to love this piece of art and for it to last as long as possible. So he's using everything technological-wise with what is available to keep this pristine for Carson Valley.
So here's a little bit about the artist. So his name is Rafael Blanco. He is from Spain, but he does live in the United States. And so what his process is that he creates immersive, site-specific public art. His art projects reflect the identity, history, and culture of a place. His process is very collaborative with the community. He has worked with a wide range of communities, municipalities, art organizations, developers, community stakeholders. And he was really inspired by this project because we're transforming a cinema into a venue for music, dance, theater, art. And so he really wanted to be a part of that and recognizes that this could be, a future destination for art and culture. And so he was really inspired and wanted to participate in that. Here's some artwork that he's done in Nevada. So here are 4 of the pieces of art that he has done here in Nevada, Carson City, Reno. When I said he was here at Circus Circus doing an art project, the one that we have, the Frida picture up there, that was not the one. He did an additional one. So if you go up to Circus Circus, there's like 4 panels and they're all circus related. He did those. And then these ones in Reno. And then here are ones that he's done in, Utah, North Carolina, Texas, and Illinois. So as you can see, each piece of art really reflects what the community really wanted to share on the buildings. So let's talk about the design. So this design is going to be very intentional. It's going to be intentional for the space that we're wanting to highlight. This building is going to be a place for music, dance, theater, and visual arts. And so we want the mural to really reflect what is happening inside of the building to draw people to this space. There's going to be a wow effect. So he uses bold colors, he uses large images. Since the mural is going to be so high off the ground, we're going to probably see 3 very large images on the building instead of many smaller images, just because of how far away the actual mural is going to be. We're very fortunate, part of the building actually faces the highway, and so it could be a big draw when people are coming into town and they see this mural and they say, what is this over there? And then they're drawn to this shopping center and to our community arts center. And, you know, historically, murals used to tell a story where you would see a mural and there's lots of things that are happening on it and it tells a story. And there's been sort of a shift where these murals have now become these large pieces of art. And so this will tell a story about what's happening in the building, but it will do so through some very large images. So you're going to see mostly images, not a lot of little pieces on the mural. And when you're talking about public art and you're talking about putting murals into spaces, we all recognize that not everybody is probably going to love it. You're not going to be able to satisfy everybody. And so we're doing our best to work with him and to work with the resources that we have available to get input, go to public, you know, using the Park and Rec Advisory Board as a public platform for people to come and talk about and provide feedback on the art. You know, some love it, some don't like it, some people are indifferent. Everybody has different tastes. It's not intended to create universal agreement, but it's really intended to expose people to moments of reflection and dialogue. Art activates environments. We're hoping that this art is going to activate this environment. It's going to activate our building as a community art center in the surrounding businesses. And the value of public art extends beyond your personal experience. And so I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that as we move forward with public art, there are lots of opinions, and so we're, you know, trying to navigate that and making sure that we're creating something that the community all can enjoy, and it's really representative of us and what we're putting into the Community Arts Center. Here's some additional information that Raphael provided to me, which I thought was pretty interesting. And it's really talking about the difference between commercial imagery and public art and artistic expression. So we're inundated all the time with advertising, branding, signs. These types of things have really become normalized, and we're kind of, they're just background. And so we don't really look at those with intention. But when we're talking about public art, it is evaluated in a very different way. Viewers look at it and they question the color and the size with more intensity. And so when we're talking about the imbalance between art and what we're seeing as the commercial, I think that that's where I'm having a hard time kind of explaining this. The imbalance highlights a broader cultural dynamic. Commercial visual language is granted invisible through repetition and acceptance when art interventions are made visible through critique and debate, yet it's all visible to the public. And so what we're really trying to do with public art is be very intentional so people are looking at it in a different way than maybe they would with all of these different signs. If that makes sense. And then the importance of the vantage point. I think that this is a good picture that shows where you'll be observing the art from, because it is 10 feet up in the air, and so it is going to be large scale imagery, strong silhouettes, bold color, so that you can see it and really appreciate it from 10 feet below.
And you're expecting it to cover that entire wall?
It will probably come to about where this third panel is, right here. and then all the way wrap around, and then probably that first panel on the other side by where Shoe Tree is. And then this is the artist, and this is a picture of Raphael. And so, Brian, is there anything that you would like to add?
Thanks, Brooke. Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. I also serve as Vice President on the Dustin Wonder Trail nonprofit. I think just a few things to highlight on this is that the incredible value that we're going to get, basically with no cost to the county, to get an internationally renowned mural artist to put a piece on that Douglas County property. As a reminder, the county has a contract with Carson Valley Arts Council to manage and operate the facility. And just one thing I want to mention is during the application of the mural, we'll still be open for business. We're still showing movies on 8 screens. There has been progress with the TSK architect team in the county on the future design and potential of this, converting this facility into a performing arts venue. There still is anticipated to be movie screens, a space for an art gallery, a black box theater, and then a large venue, possibly 400 seats for music, dance, and theater. So as Brooke has mentioned, we are very excited to demonstrate in this mural what is going to be taking place in the building. I think because of the time and the funding, we're getting incredible value, but we will be looking at what kind of imagery will be depicted in this. I may even call it a first phase of this mural. I would love to bring Raphael back. If you look at that building, there's a lot more space that could be painted. You could even wrap it around the whole building. As this future facility becomes a hub of activity, I think it'd be great down the road to find some additional funding to actually add more images to the building. And this building gives us that opportunity. So we're excited about the opportunity. I think just want to highlight again what Brooke had said as far as the process, because a lot of times the first question is, well, what's it going to look like? Well, we'll get there. We know that the imagery we want to depict could have something to do with music. It could have something to do with art. It could have something to do with theater. Could have something to do with dance. And I think Raphael will provide us with some initial images. I've got multiple visual artists that serve on the Carson Valley Arts Council board. We have a visual art committee. We will take a first stab at a review of this imagery. And then as Brooke said, we certainly want to go through a public platform. And I want to say it's the June 2nd Park and Rec Advisory Board, where perhaps the first opportunity for the public to see the potential content will be demonstrated at that meeting.
And I'll just piggyback real quick on the value comment that Brian made. This is a passion project for both Raphael and Oscar. If you were going to commission a mural of this size for an artist of this caliber, it would be well over $100,000, plus the documentarian side of it. So this would be closer to a $200,000 project if it wasn't for the passion of these two artists to create this series. So the $68,000 is a steal to begin with, and then because of the great ability with the grant to pay that, it's absolutely amazing.
That is all we have. And so if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Rice? Before we go to public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Commissioners?
I don't have questions. I did attend as this board's representative the Carson Valley Arts Council meeting on Monday, and this was presented not in as much detail, but the bigger concepts of it, and the group was very excited about it and pleased. And I appreciate having that additional context for what other members of our public are thinking about this, especially those tuned into art. I am glad that this board doesn't have to decide design, and I trust the process, and I think this is really a good opportunity that costs the county nothing and has the benefit of helping this arts location become what you all want it to be without general fund.
No, I'm all for it. My one question is the town of Minden. It's inside there, and I was part of another project in there, so I know color is something that's on their list. So I just wanted to make sure that they're on board.
Brooke 80, Community Services Director. I have talked to JD Frisbee, the Minden Town Manager, and we're in discussion right now about whether or not it needs to go before their board. So I have reached out to them, and we're deciding what that process is, because there's not a lot of guidance right now on what the process is. So it is a special use permit, and it will go before the Planning Commission. If we do go before the town of Minden, their meeting would be June 3rd. So I'm working on that.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 12?
Of course. Jim Jackson. I think it's a great idea. I know it surprises a few people. One of the questions I have, you're putting it on the movie theater. The movie theater is being designed to do something. You're going to spend a lot of money putting this mural on the side of a building that may be rebuilt, redesigned, changed. Is that going to have any effect on the mural? Or is that going to be off limits, that you can't change the outside walls? It'd be a shame to go through all the effort of having this painted and then change the walls where it now gets destroyed. That's one of the questions that I would have. I also like that it started out with, there is no cost to the county. Very first words. I must have been reading my mind. The other thing is, I would like to compliment you on your presentation, and I wish you had worked for me when I was presenting creative concepts to movie stars. You're a very good salesperson. The other thing I think, and I think we're fortunate here in Carson Valley that we do not have a lot of graffiti artists, because you underestimate the graffiti artists and how high they can climb and everything. But I think this is a good idea. I'm just concerned that if there's going to be any reconstruction to the building, that it would damage this at some point, and it would be a shame to have that happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. I certainly support public art installations, including this one. At first, I was a little concerned when I saw the graphics on the first slides, but because none of those seemed like they would be appropriate for our unique heritage and culture. But then I realized that they were just examples, not something that was being proposed here. And I trust the Arts Council and everyone else involved that they will find things that do reflect our heritage and character as it should be. Just kind of as a related aside, I was very disheartened to see just yesterday that the famous wall art created decades ago in Dallas, named the Wailing Wall, not after the famous Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, but this is a giant mural of whales in the ocean that earlier this week it was painted over, even though it's world famous, much to the chagrin of local residents, to accommodate artwork to recognize the World Cup soccer tournament that will happen this summer for a month or so with some games in Dallas. To me, that seemed very short-sighted. And they didn't even bother to inform the artist that this was going to happen, and I think he's considering suing them. I saw the piece, I saw the artist on TV last night. At first I thought perhaps it was Rafael Blanco, but it wasn't. It is a world-famous muralist named Weiland. I just looked it up. Anyhow, I think what's important is, and I'm sure will be done, is that we choose artwork, that the group, whoever that might be, chooses artwork that does celebrate the Valley's unique heritage and character, and that we'll be proud of it up on those walls for decades to come.
Thank you.
Josh Rudelbach, Carson Valley Visitors Authority for the record. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm here to speak in support of the Walls Project at Carson Valley Cinemas, the Future Community Arts Center. I support the project because it's a rare opportunity. A large-scale art project from a world-renowned artist at no cost to the county or to the cinemas, again, no cost, with community input into the project. This is not simply about painting a wall. It is about creating a public-facing landmark that reflects the people, stories, landscape, and identity of Carson Valley. The confluence of placemaking and placekeeping. Research increasingly shows that murals and public art can have real economic and social value. A 2023 study from the University of Cincinnati, published in the Urban Design Journal Cities, found that murals are associated with higher foot traffic and can help energize public spaces. That matters because foot traffic is often what helps nearby businesses, restaurants, shops, and visitor-serving locations benefit from a more public realm. The the foot traffic will also help increase the visibility of the Community Arts Center as that project moves forward. Very important for that project. The broader arts economy tells a similar story. Americans for the Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 study found that nonprofit arts and culture generated $152 billion in economic activity nationally in 2022, supported 2.6 million jobs, and produced over $29 billion in tax revenue. We'd like a little piece of that. The same report notes that arts and culture help build community pride, identity, tourism, and places where people want to live and work. There's also a strong social case. The National Endowment for the Arts has found that arts participation is positively linked with civic and community engagement, including volunteering, attending community events, and participating in community life. And the Knights Foundation Soul of the Community Research found a significant connection between residents' emotional attachment to their community and local economic growth. What I appreciate about the Walls Project is that the community will have a voice in what is painted. That turns the mural from a decoration into a shared civic asset. And because the project will be professionally filmed and aired on PBS, it also gives Carson Valley a chance to tell its story to a much wider audience. For these reasons, I encourage the board to support the Walls Project. It is low risk, high upside, community-centered, and aligned with the kind of placemaking and placekeeping that strengthens both local pride and the visitor economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment on item number 12? Sensing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. And what I will say is that you had me at mural and no cost to the county. Two critical issues. I've been a supporter of murals for a very long time, and was very disappointed to discover that our murals are tied up in our sign ordinances in the county in Title 20. And so that's why this requires a special use permit. Hopefully, community development is going to bring to us shortly a separation of that aspect. So anyways, hopefully we can get that done. So those are my comments. Commissioner Rice, any additional comments, questions?
No, sir. I love the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Hales?
Yeah, I do like the idea of going to Minden and involving them. And along the way, I'm sure you'll keep Carson Valley Arts Council folks involved, and then the public process with the Planning Commission. So engaging all those folks is really good.
No other comments? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, may I address?
You want to make a motion? I don't think
no,
you can.
thank you. Can I have an opportunity, please, to respond to one of the questions that was presented during public comment?
That's a good idea.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke 80, Community Services Director. The public comment was that we are in the middle of this master plan for the site, and we're looking to the future to be doing improvements, and we're putting this mural on this space. How are those two things working together? We have talked with the architect. This is part of the bigger plan for the building. And so when renovations come to for the Community Arts Center, it will not impact the exterior of the building. So the mural will stay as it is. So that was a very important piece. I appreciate the comments because it is an opportunity for us to talk about that we are looking at the full picture and really the long-term scale of the project.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate, and I believe there are public appreciate your comments. So now I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the mural rendering concept for the Walls Mural Project pending approval of a special use permit by the Douglas County Planning Commission and authorize the Community Services Director to enter into all necessary agreements for the project at no cost to Douglas County.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve item 12 as presented and as motioned. Since seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And I believe Commissioner Tarkanian has left us for a few moments. So the motion passes for approving, 0 in opposition, and 1 absent. Get that right this time, right? Okay. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing it. With that, we're going to go into recess for an hour. So we will return, actually, I'm going to give us an hour and 5 minutes. So we'll return at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, it is 1:32. So I'm going to resume the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for May 21st, 26. Ask you to all please take your seats. I was just calling you. Huh? All fingerprinter. Okay. And so as I understand it, we have all, Commissioner Tarkanian is with us, Commissioner Rice is with us, so we have all 5 commissioners in attendance, and we'll resume the meeting. At this time, believe it or not, we haven't approved the minutes yet, or the consent agenda. So for item 9, for possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the regular meeting of April 16th, 2026 of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. I believe that was Commissioner Rice. So,
Yes, sir.
huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the draft minutes of the regular meeting of April 16th. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will now go into the consent calendar. Items A through S. Entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda items A through S as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the consent calendar items A through S. Any discussion? Since no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And I believe that passes 5-0 also. So we'll now move into, since we've already covered item 12, we can go directly into item 13, community development. For possible action, discussion on major modification application DP 25-0210, modifying the development schedule for the Ashland Park Plan Development DP 20-0219 and DP 20-0220. This modification changes the completion dates for final maps of phases 1 through 5. The subject site is located in the Gardnerville Community Plan at 1424 Toller Lane, on the north side of Toller Lane between Harvest Avenue and Decker Road. The owner is Matt Carter, Ashland Park LLC, and the applicant's representative is Rob Anderson of Wilson Engineers LLC. This is APN number 1320-34-002-054, being presented by our principal planner, Kate Morales O'Neill, joined by our county engineer, Jeremy Hutchins. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone in attendance today. Just going to get a little background of how we got here today. So the applicant representative, Rob Anderson, submitted this major modification application to the development schedule and the phasing plan on December 3rd of 2025, and the Phase 1 map was expiring on December 16th. Staff initially did not feel the application could be accepted since the required Board of County Commissioner meeting needed for approval of an amendment phasing plan and schedule would be heard after the Phase 1 map expired. In working with our Deputy DA, A.J. Hames, it was determined that due to some discrepancies in code, the submittal could move forward. That put this item on the March BOCC meeting. I reached out to Mr. Anderson in mid-February, reminding him of the required Town of Gardnerville meeting. Unfortunately, Mr. Anderson did attempt to make the March meeting for the Town of Gardnerville, but had missed that deadline. So that moved the Town of Gardnerville meeting to April, which in turn moved this item to the April BOCC meeting. This did delay the complete staff review on this item. Come March 17th, the day of the Irish, staff sent Mr. Anderson a few corrections that needed to be addressed related to the phasing plan and findings. On page 547 of your packet, you will see the submitted phasing plan. It is actually the same plan that was submitted with the minor modification application submitted in 2024. You can see the title of the plan states minor and the date is 2024. I provided today a larger visual on page 548 in your packet, as I know 8.5 by 11 can be hard to read, and I wanted you to better understand staff's comments. You can see staff notes the submitted plan does not reflect the current conditions of Moeller Parkway. Also, the findings addressed by the applicant beginning on page 543 of your packet only reference Phase 1 as being extended when it is actually Phases 1 through 5 that are being requested for extension. Staff were hoping after agreeing to a continuance in April, we would receive the requested updated documents. Mr. Anderson sent the updated documents to staff just this week. Obviously, staff did not have ample time to review and do not know if these updated plans are accurate and comply with code and the existing conditions of approval. Therefore, staff are still recommending denial, but would agree to a continuance if Mr. Anderson chooses to request. I will invite Mr. Anderson up now for his presentation, unless you have any questions now for staff.
Go to our two commissioners that are on Zoom, Commissioner Rice or Commissioner Tarkanian, not both at the same time. Do either one of you have questions?
I don't.
Nor do I.
Okay. Other members? Okay. So we have no questions at this time.
Clicker. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I am prepared to make the full presentation, and I do believe it justifies your approval. I will, in the consideration of staff having limited time, which is probably, well, actually, not probably, it is my direct responsibility to have provided it to them with sufficient time to review. If you would prefer to continue it, then that's fine. I do believe there's sufficient information for which you to act on, and you could approve it today based on this presentation. So I will yield to you, Mr. Chair, if you prefer to have a full staff recommendation, have them have the opportunity to complete their review.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. You know, we don't want to delay this building any longer than it already has. I was hoping that Mr. Carter would have gone forward with breaking ground and going forward with the development before now. Staff is recommending a deny of the modification application because of their lack of time to be able to review the information. If we were to allow a continuance today versus a denial, exactly how much time do you need can this be done in another 30 days, or do you need more time than that?
No, we're complete.
Complete?
We are complete.
Okay. So, do we want to hear the presentation, or do we want to, I mean, obviously this is an actionable item, so we would need to go to the public anyways on this for public comments, but Commissioner Hales, it looks like you were reaching for your microphone. Commissioner?
I guess the question is how much time is needed? And so is that staff can say?
That's what we need is staff. Then.
If I may, Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. The documents that Mr. Anderson sent in this week, I opened up. I am not the county engineer. My instinct, though, is that what shows right now in the updated documents for Mueller Parkway will not suffice what staff was looking for. So I'm not sure a continuance based on Mr. Anderson's comment, if I understand you, Rob, it will not be updated anymore, correct? Like this, if this is the submittal, then I don't know if a continuance would be necessary if that is the submittal that will move forward for the continuance.
So, I mean, perhaps maybe if we were to allow a continuance for 90 days, that would give you ample time for staff and Mr. Anderson to go back and forth and get the issues resolved. That up to 90 days, I guess. It could come back to us before that, if that's all completed, right? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not convinced. Frankly, I realized you guys had a big agenda item this morning, and the county engineer, Mr. Hutchings, has no doubt played an active role and had a significant effort to prepare for that. However, the requirement in the comment that was made in March, and the request that was made, is that we update the phasing plan to reflect Mueller Parkway as it was constructed along the project's frontage. That has been done. That it is accurately represented in the phasing plan. But that is all that was requested. No one requested that my client, acknowledge or accept the construction as it was completed. So I don't believe that's at issue. Rather, it was merely you must represent the road as constructed. And so we stopped what we were doing. We took the time to do that. I believe the information is available. Frankly, I'm concerned that if it proves not to be sufficient, that we have bigger issues than what was represented to us in March, which has been part of the delay is this litigation that goes on and some of the concerns that have been expressed by my client about, why do we need to reflect what was done with Mueller Parkway when the standard to which it was constructed is at issue in this litigation, and that is ongoing. This request is merely for a recognition that the client and the project has been delayed, not only due to the litigation, but also due to the conditional letter of map revision, which is something that the county is familiar with and experienced itself. So frankly, I'm concerned, Mr. Chairman, that if the documents that we did not submit, or excuse me, if the documents that we did submit earlier this week are not sufficient, I'm concerned that I've missed something in the information that was provided to us. And
well,
Mr. Chairman, and therefore, I don't know that 90 days solves it, because I'm not sure I understand what actually is being requested of us.
Once again, I as a commissioner, I'm not inclined to approve until I know that staff has had an opportunity to review and make sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. But and I don't know that they've had that sufficient time to do that.
Agreed.
But at the same point in time, I've expressed this to Mr. Carter that I'd like to move forward with this also. So that's the dilemma that we're in, and I certainly don't want to deny necessarily, but a continuance does seem appropriate in my mind. That's me speaking. I'm not speaking on behalf of my other board members. And we haven't heard from the public yet on this, but I mean, that seems like a a justifiable request in that we are allowed to give you 2 continuances. And so that would be my inclination, is to give you that second continuance to allow staff time to review it and get back to you, and whatever back and forth negotiation needs to take place, takes place. That's all. Mr. Hutchings, did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah. Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer. I think the disconnect, Chairman, might be Mr. Anderson submitted this, like you said, on Monday. It's been a very busy agenda. We just haven't had time to look at what he's submitted. So we're talking about, we haven't seen it yet. So I think a 90-day continuance would, if there is additional material needed or revisions, that would be plenty for the staff to work with the applicant and then write a staff report. It's just literally 2 or 3 days it's not really fair to the staff, or to say if there's anything more to go.
Mr. Gardner, Chairman, I think under the circumstances, so this was filed in December. Staff did get to us in March and gave us comments. My schedule is not a lot different than I think Mr. Hutchings' schedule. Sometimes I'm busier than other times, and I'll take responsibility for not having addressed it timely back. I don't think my client wants a 90-day continuance. This is a matter that has very little to do with Muller Lane construction. It has everything to do with the timing of being able to go forward and record the maps. So I think I can safely say, I don't think my client is here. I think I can agree to a 30-day continuance, which I think would give staff an ample time. Jeremy, I don't know, you can respond to that, but I don't think 90 days is necessary or appropriate.
Well, then I would have to go back to staff. Is 30 days going to be okay?
Yes, I would concur with the 30 days. I would need a replacement. I'm not here the second BOCC meeting in June. But we can figure that out from a planning standpoint. I just wanted to be transparent about my availability.
Sure. Okay. Appreciate that observation. So, okay. Well, then why don't we, rather than go through the whole presentation, why don't we just go to public comment and come back and see where we are?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Check in with legal counsel. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll handle that minor item when we get back from public comment. So, okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that to staff's attention. So at this time, I'll ask for public comment on item 13.1.
Good afternoon, Ellie Weller. I just need a point of clarification. If you go forward with a denial today, is this just done? Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I've only lived in the valley for about 14 years, but everything that comes around this Muller Parkway seems to be a real pain in the backside. I don't know which commission started this whole thing, but I hope you guys have learned a lesson from it to never let this kind of thing happen again. It's been delay after delay after delay, lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And all of them, to me, seem to be, I want my way, and if I don't get it, I'm going to sue you. It's absolutely ridiculous on this. So I hope you've learned your lesson. Do not repeat what previous commissions have done.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. When I first hear that they applied for an extension in December, so late in December that there wasn't even time for the board to consider it prior to its expiration, and then I see that material here for this item was submitted only this week, and I don't know if that means Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or this morning, giving staff a limited amount of time to consider the application. And there has to be more consideration for staff time, both the planning department and the county engineer, to look thoroughly at this. And we know they're busy people, and so that has to be taken into consideration. Those two late submissions are unacceptable, and I would hope you would find them that way. They're reason alone to continue this item, and that's probably the reasonable course at this time. But having been involved in these issues for more than 25 years, I would have to say this is hardly the first time that Mr. Anderson has submitted documentation at a very late date. And in my mind, all documents should be submitted at least a week in advance on an item like this so that it can be included in the agenda packet, not in the supplemental that a lot of people aren't even aware they can look at online, apparently, from some comments this morning. But to give staff and the public adequate time to prepare their judgment and their comments at a meeting here.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing no additional public comments, I'm going to bring it back to the board. It's been suggested by legal counsel that we, if we were to make a motion for a continuance, that we would continue it until date certain of June 18th, our meeting in June. So that's a little bit less than 30 days. So staff, you can accommodate that schedule?
Yes,
Okay.
Chairman Gardner.
And Mr.
Wilson,
Anderson, you can
affirmative.
accommodate that schedule? Okay, thank you. Okay, so any other comments or questions by the board? Okay. Mr. Rice, Mr. Tarkanian, anything you wish to add?
Nope. Not here.
Okay, so at this time then, I'm suggesting a motion to continue, but that's certainly the other staff recommendations deny. So I'm not going to tell you what to do here. So
I guess, point of order, I don't think the applicant asked for a continuance, did they? I think he asked for us to decide today. I'm not, but he said he would be open to, so I just want to make sure.
I think I just asked him if he would be acceptable to the.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So, excuse me, again, for the record, Rob Anderson, just so the record is clear. If you should decide you're going to make a motion to deny, I would like the opportunity to make the presentation, okay? If, however, the board is going to continue the suggestion of continuing it to a date certain on June 18th, my client will agree to that. Thank you.
Are you going to be, okay, so the question is, are you asking for a continuance, or you're willing to roll the dice?
No, I'd gladly accept a continuance. I don't want my client to be exposed to additional fees or additional noticing, so I appreciate the June 18th date certain, but as long as that's understood, I'm happy to request the continuance.
Can I speak? Can I say something? Sure. Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just to clarify, Mr. Anderson, it's my understanding your client is requesting a continuance rather than proceeding with a potential denial.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm entertaining a motion. Yeah.
until a date certain of June 18th.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to continue this item to June 18th of 2026 by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Hales. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. So, thank you. Okay, so we're down to items 13, 2, 13, 3, 13, 4. Wow, before we, okay, well, very good. 13.2, for possible action, discussion regarding the 2026 5-year capital improvement project CIP plan update to the 2024 Douglas County Stormwater Master Plan. This is being brought forward by our Stormwater Program Manager, Ms. Courtney Walker. And she is going to do the next two items, right? Please.
Mr. Chairman, before Ms. Walker begins her presentation, for those members of the public who were not here earlier, staff do wish to clarify that while these items are scheduled for possible action, we understand that the supporting materials for these agenda items, 13.1, 13.2, and 13.2 through 13.4, were not provided with the packet. They were provided as supplemental materials. Supplemental materials beginning on supplemental packet page 26 is where the public would want to reference this information. Because we understand and encourage public participation on important matters before the County Commission, we are today recommending that the board take no action. We will present these items to you, take questions, receive public comment, but we plan to place them again on the May 28th agenda for additional public feedback prior to you taking formal action. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So these items will be back on the agenda next Thursday, the 28th. Okay. So we're actually providing two opportunities for public comments on these items, both today and next Thursday as well, when we will possibly take action on these items. So we're going to tie you up 2 days.
Courtney Walker, for the record. Thank you, Chairman Gardner and members of the commission, for the opportunity to elaborate on the capital improvement project plan, the 5-year plan that we have. I wanted to provide a little bit of history. We have been, for the last several years, conducting area drainage master planning studies, which most of the time tend to produce these capital improvement projects for various areas of the county. The first one that we did was in the Johnson Lane area. We did the area drainage master plan for that community. I think that was adopted by the board in 2018. And it resulted in several capital improvement projects that we had for that particular area. We have since conducted area drainage master plans in Ruinstrath, Fish Springs. We've done one in Alpine View Estates. We've done several different studies on the Buckeye Creek watershed as well. And so these drainage master planning exercises are a way for us to figure out what is the most bang for the buck in terms of effectiveness for projects. And so those have developed over time, primarily since 2018. We created the Stormwater Master Plan in 2024. And that is kind of where we ranked the projects based on a lot of different criteria. And so that plan was adopted in 2024. I do want to say that there have been several grant funding opportunities that have come up over the years. Oftentimes what we try to take advantage of is called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program post-fire. So after a fire occurs within the state of Nevada. They designate some funding for mitigation projects, and they don't always have to be related to fire. Oftentimes they can be related to flooding. And so we take advantage of applying for those funds because they're specific to Nevada, particularly if the fire occurred anywhere within Douglas County, then our projects are ranked very high. And so we did apply for a couple of projects from 2022 on, and I'll kind of discuss all of our capital improvement projects that we have identified in the Stormwater Master Plan. But knowing that we did apply for grants prior to the Stormwater Master Plan being adopted and having that prioritization list. And so before we had the projects prioritized, we would apply for grants based on the available projects that we knew about, funding for those projects, funding for the grant, and then the applicable match. And then I do want to just highlight the couple of grants that we've been very recently awarded as well. So I'm going to take the time just to go through the list one by one and kind of give a status update on each particular project, just knowing why we're further along on some projects than we are on others, and it doesn't always line up with the Stormwater Master Plan as we get awarded grants that were applied for prior to the plan being adopted. Does that clear things up? Okay, great. All right, so in our Stormwater Master Plan, we have this table. It's called Table 2, Stormwater Capital Improvement Projects, Ranks, and Costs. And so I'm going through the top 20 projects, and I'll discuss where we are in the planning stages, the construction stages, if we have grant applications, or if we plan to fund it out of some operating costs for next fiscal year. Some of the projects need additional planning, such as the NEPA process, which is the National Environmental Permitting or Policy Act. It's a federal permitting process. Some of our projects do occur on federal land, and so that is a requirement. And so this is how the projects appear in the Stormwater Master Plan that was adopted in 2024. This is the list again in the same order, basically with a status update. Are we funding it out of operating? Are we pending the grant application? When do we anticipate it being awarded? Was the project completed already? Was the grant just awarded to us? Are we still in discussions with landowners? Things like that. And so I was going to go through, I have a slide for each project so that we can go over each one in detail. And then if you have questions about any specific project, I'm happy to take them as we go. So I did want to note that with all of our grant submittals that we have had to date, if we were to be awarded all of them magically tomorrow, it would fund a total project cost of $23 million. The total grant funds that the county would receive is about $19 million. And the total county match requirement is just over $4 million. So $4 million in local funds can get us almost $23.5 million in projects. So the grants are very effective. They do help us cover large amounts of capital, but it does require not an insignificant amount of match as well.
Ms. Walker, I know that recently it was announced that your department, through your process, was able to get grant approval for the $7.3 million up in the Johnson Lane area, Buckbrush. I'm not sure I have that total name correct, but I think we both know what we're talking about. Is that, and I believe there was a matching requirement by the county of $800,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that amount in this county match requirement?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Courtney Walker for the record. So as I stated, I'm going to go through each project in detail, and so we will have a slide specifically for that grant that you just mentioned, but I'll go through each project. This photo here is an example of one of our flow gauges that we have. It's on Pine Nut Creek. It's on the box culvert that runs under East Valley at basically just south of Fish Springs Road. And these flow gauges are very helpful for us to know if we're having a high flow event. we'll get an alert on our phones. We can also check this online from anywhere to be able to know, and we have certain alerts set up for different flood events. We are trying this out. It seems to be working pretty well. There's always a couple little kinks here and there, but we would ultimately like to expand this same technology to other areas and also going further upstream into the watersheds as well. There is a lag time on when something's flooding up in the mountains before it hits the developed area. And so the more that we can know, understand, and collect data to kind of classify different flooding events or even precipitation events, we would like to do that. Every little bit helps, when you have a large storm, such as the one that we had in the Ruhenstrath area. We did get some data from the National Weather Service on the size of that, but we want to expand our flow gauges and also install some rain gauges throughout the county so that we can better monitor what's going on and maybe have a heads up to when these things are happening sooner. There's usually a couple $1,000 upfront cost for each of these types of gauges, but then there's a smaller ongoing cost just to support the transmission of the information to the online platform. And so that's usually about $250 a year per unit. And so we know that this is not a huge capital project. We did include it on the capital improvement project list because it is a high priority for us to accomplish. However, we will be able to do it within the operating budget next year in fiscal year 26-27 should the stormwater utility fee be adopted. This would be one of the projects we would have in the plan. Okay, so the next project, number 2 in the Stormwater Master Plan, is the Waterloo Lane box culvert at the Cottonwood Slough. This particular area of Waterloo the road tends to overtop with water frequently. And if you've ever been on it, it's a very heavily traveled road. I actually live in the neighborhood that you have to access using Waterloo Lane. And so sometimes, I know this is going to sound silly, it takes me 30 seconds to pull out of my neighborhood. That feels like a really long time when you're trying to go somewhere. So it is a very heavily traveled road. People use it to go to the grocery store or anywhere really into the town center. And so it'll be really helpful to be able to upsize this culvert. The design is really weird. It seems like half of it is open and functioning. Things have been getting stuck in it, such as this shopping cart. Our stormwater maintenance staff.
So that's not supposed to be there.
That is not supposed to be. Yeah, that's not a screen for materials or anything like that. Our stormwater maintenance staff has recently installed a trash rack in this area, and they do go by this particular culvert almost daily to pull out willows and debris and trash and other things. They found all kinds of random things in this culvert, such as exercise balls that was stuck in there. They had to figure out how to pop it. Anyways, it's been a high profile area for a long time, and this particular crossing needs to be upsized. It also is where you would drive through to access our community center, which is also the evacuation center in flood events. So this is a project. We applied for the grant funding for this in 2024. We saw how high it ranked on the Stormwater Master Plan list, and so we applied for, again, hazard mitigation grant funds for this. There's a 25% grant match requirement. So the total project cost is estimated to be just under $700,000. The grant would provide just over $500,000, and the county match is $172,000. So we anticipate this to be awarded hopefully in 2028. The thing with these grants is you apply, and then it seems to be a 3 to 4 year time frame before you're awarded. And so that's kind of the only drawback, but we do have several in the queue. So we actually can't probably handle it all if they all got awarded all at the same time.
And this is with FEMA?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that in storm events, natural disaster events, where there's damage that we can apply to FEMA for, generally it's a grant where it's 75 cents on the dollar, and you have to do the project and apply for and then get that grant, that money. So do these have that same requirement of us investing the money in advance of getting the money back from FEMA?
Reimbursement basis. So you pay and then you get reimbursed by FEMA.
Okay, but so we wouldn't activate any of this until we were assured that we were going to get that 75 cents back. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions on this project?
Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Rice, jump in if you have questions. I'm not going to.
Okay, I'll keep going. All right, projects 3 and 4 in our stormwater master plan are related to Pine Nut Creek. The regional detention basins there. We have the Mel, Myers, and Red Hawk basins. I have included these all on one slide, even though it's 2 separate projects within the stormwater master plan. They're all pretty close to each other. We did a whole Pine Nut Creek feasibility study, and it recommended several detention basins along Pine Nut Creek. And Mel and Myers are 2 county-owned lots where Pine Nut Creek runs through them. The county's owned them for a number of years. I think that they might have been acquired by the county several decades ago. I don't know exactly. And then the Red Hawk parcel, we acquired that, I believe, in 2024. So that is also county-owned as well. I included these all on one slide because we applied for one single grant to construct all 3 of these detention basins. We applied through the Economic Development Administration, and we had some local support from the Western Nevada Development District. That's not an acronym I use that often. So they helped us and supported us a lot in trying to put together this grant application. The total project cost is just over $10 million to construct all 3 of these basins, and we're getting really close to finalizing the 100% design plans on them. The grant would cover over $8 million, and the match for the county is a 20% match, so just over $2 million. We applied for it back in February, and we're still in conversations with them, but it does go to the federal government where they'll make decisions there. And it sounds like it's a quicker award than some of our FEMA grants. So we're anticipating that if it was awarded, it would be awarded in the next fiscal year. So we'll have to see what happens on that one. I'm not familiar with the specific grant funding opportunity. I've never applied for it before. So if we got it, it would be pretty exciting. Questions on that one? No? Okay, great. All right, moving on to Johnson Lane. This is the Pine Nut North project. This ranked number 5 in our stormwater master plan, and coincidentally, it was actually completed in 2023. So we decided to include it on the list to show that we are making progress on installing our plans. This is 4 detention basins that were installed on the Bureau of Land Management land in Johnson Lane, just to the east of the developed area. There's the Stephanie, Romero, Chowbuck, and Skyline basins. It was funded through the Johnson Lane flood litigation settlement. And the total project cost for that was $1,075,275. And that was funded by the county. So without any grant funds, that was an obligation that we had. Are there any questions there?
The question I had was, just because we create these things don't mean that we can just walk away from them. They require constant oversight and maintenance. Is that?
That is correct. They will only function if maintained.
What does that maintenance consist of?
Well, it depends on the frequency and size of your storm events, so it can be very unpredictable. However, we know that in the Johnson Lane area, there is a lot of silt and sediment that is carried in these alluvial fan washes. And so these basins are designed for the water to flow in from the wash, fill up, the sediment should sink out, and then the water, if it's in excess of what the basin can hold, would flow in the same flow path as it did before. And so it would require removing sediment from the basins to restore the previous capacity that it had before the storm.
So removal of sediment is a constant requirement, is that right? And I know that when we had the storm event in May of 23, we came close to breaching the Dangberg Reservoir because the reservoir no longer has the capacity it originally had. But because that wasn't maintained, the sediment is built up now, and there's no method of getting rid of that, or the costs are prohibitive. Is that an accurate statement?
Sure, Courtney Walker, for the record. I should clarify that reservoir was not designed to be for flood control. It was designed for irrigation, to hold irrigation waters, and so the maintenance is not necessarily obligated, but it is available for if you wanted to use it for irrigation. Coincidentally, floodwater does go there, and yes, I have heard, I don't know for sure, but I've heard that it used to be a lot deeper than it is today. Okay, moving on to project number 6 is the Topaz Lake drainage improvements. Prior to me working here at the county had done a Topaz Lake drainage study, which identified several culverts that should be installed or upsized in combination with roadside ditches to improve the drainage in the Topaz Lake area. This project has about like 25 to 30 new culverts, and so it's not a huge capital project, but it would be very efficient for a contractor to do it. So we did apply for a grant to just basically implement this drainage study, minus the 2 culverts that the county has installed. There was 2 really high priority ones where homes were actually being inundated with water, and so when the maintenance crew came up, and I'll go into more detail on that in the next item, they were able to install 2 of these culverts, but the remainder we would like to do through a contract. So we did apply for grant funding in 2025. That again is through the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. It's a 25% match. The total project costs we're estimating to be $327,000. The grant will cover $245,000, and the county match is $81,000. This was one of the last grants that we applied for, so we're anticipating they won't be awarded until 2029.
Of course, always my concern here is this: we're looking at possible. It hasn't been awarded. You're hoping that it's awarded in 2029. That project cost of $327,000 is obviously going to go up because of inflation, right? Just because of inflation, not.
That is correct. I do have a slide on a current project that we are working on that is funded by grants, and I'll give you a status update on that and in terms of the costs that have increased as well. Okay, project number 7 in the Stormwater Master Plan is the Buckeye Road box culvert at the Upper Allerman, and so it's kind of fitting that you brought up that reservoir. Yes, that reservoir has not as much capacity as it once had. However, we know a lot more about it now, and we understand that there is a culvert that runs under Buckeye Road that is the secondary kind of drainage for that reservoir. We would like to, this was suggested by the late Gary Ayazi, to upsize this culvert, which would help in those situations like we faced in 2023. To help empty this reservoir and prevent a dam breach on that reservoir. So we applied for the grant in 2024, same thing, FEMA hazard mitigation. The total project cost we were estimating to be $549,000. The grant covers $412,000 and the county match is $137,000. The grant has not been awarded. We anticipate it to be awarded in 2028. Number 8 in the Stormwater Master Plan is the Smelter Creek Sediment Basin. This particular sediment basin would be located on BLM land, And so it would require going through the NEPA process in order to acquire that right-of-way. And we'd also need to advance the design to 100%. We would plan on funding this planning phase of this project through our operating budget next year. I also want to note that this project is located on a parcel that is included in the lands bill. So if that were to be transferred to the county, that may expedite our process in terms of getting this project to be more shovel-ready.
Would we still be required to go through the NEPA process?
Yes, most likely. You still have to go through it, but it will be a faster process if we are not going through the BLM to do it. They were kind of our whole, sorry, this is going to sound terrible. They were part of the review for the Johnson Lane projects, and it took 2 years to get that through, and the county paid an extra fee to the BLM to expedite their review, and it still took 2 years. So I would imagine that once the land is transferred to the county, if that goes through, the process will be quicker. We will have more control over how much time it takes. Any questions online? I don't want to miss anybody if they... No? Okay, cool. Project number 9 in the Stormwater Master Plan is the Johnson Lane Hot Springs Buckbrush Flood Control Project. This is the project that you were referring to, Chairman Gardner. We just were told that we have received this grant, and so it will be coming to this board for formal acceptance soon. This is a project that was identified in the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan, the first drainage master plan that we did in the county. When we went through the NEPA process to acquire the right-of-ways for those 4 basins that we have built as part of the litigation, we also included this area in the NEPA process. So we have today the right-of-way already to construct this project on the BLM land. So that's a step we don't have to worry about. This particular FEMA hazard mitigation grant was announced shortly after the COVID disaster, and so they put this money in a special fund called that they related to COVID. And what was unique about it is that the match requirement was only 10% instead of 25%. And so I didn't have that many projects in 2022, but I did have all the ones in Johnson Lane. This one, we know this area was hit very hard in 2014 and 15, and it is the most expensive project that's identified in that drainage master plan. So I thought it would be the best project to apply for since the match requirement was smaller than most other FEMA grants. So we have recently been told that we're being awarded this grant. The total project cost at that time was $8 million. So the grant is awarding us $7.3 million with the county match of $813,000. So I'm assuming this is probably going to be increasing, but it's still, in my eyes, a big win to get $7.3 million from the federal government to help implement this project. Project number 10 on the list is the Fish Springs Pine Nut Creek Dam. This also was very high level, kind of conceptually analyzed in our Pine Nut Creek feasibility study. Dams are kind of a big deal, as Mr. Hutchings knows. We are going to do some further analysis within the next 5 years to conduct a cost-benefit analysis to see if the benefit that it would provide is worth the dollar amount that we anticipate it to cost. So this project is on the list. It ranked as 10, but we still need to do some further analysis on that. Project number 11 is the Smelter Creek Unnamed Tributary, which we really need to name one of these days. That'd probably be a cheap project that we could do. There's 2 alternatives to help address the issues with this tributary. Alternative 1 is installing a storm drain down Palomino. And so our first step on this is really to evaluate the cost benefit between alternative 1 and alternative 2. And I'll go through what alternative 2 is when I get to that project on the list. It is a detention basin project. And so we're kind of still in the planning stages of evaluating how to prioritize this and what our cost benefit is on it. Project number 12 is back to the Fish Springs area, and it's the Bentley Basins. We're still in discussions with the landowner there. We don't own that property, and so we would have to acquire the property before we could even move forward with this particular project. Back to Smelter Creek, this is the alternative 2 to the unnamed tributary, and this project ranked 13. It's a detention basin, which would require the acquisition of a 5-acre parcel on Palomino. We've spoken with the property owner in the past, and they are open to selling it to the county. Of course, we would have to get it appraised and do all that and make sure that we had funding to acquire it. But that is the plan for that one. If it's evaluated that alternative 2 is a better alternative. So we're still working through that process. 14 is the Smelter Creek phases 1 through 8 channel work. So this would be to put in box culverts at every crossing for Smelter Creek, and then create an additional channel capacity through all the private properties. There is a ton of coordination that would have to go into this project, and we would also want to make sure that the sediment basin that's a couple priorities higher would be installed prior to doing this work. So we still need to do some planning in order to get this one to a shovel-ready project.
I guess my question in regards to Smelter Creek would be, okay, so if we put, and you're talking about drainage down Palomino or even this project, but ultimately, where would the water wind up in that regard? Because right now, I mean, it's going across 395. We know that, but.
Correct. Thank you for the question. Courtney Walker, for the record. If this project was done, it would be done in conjunction with the sediment basin. And so what occurs is the water flows in, similar to what we have in Johnson Lane. It fills up the basin, slows it down, right? And then it's able to overtop if the storm is big enough. And so it'll slow down the pulse of the water, ideally, if the basin is functioning and it's maintained and all of that. And so it shouldn't cross 395. Not that there'll never be a storm too big. Anything's possible. But in most storm events, it wouldn't hit 395.
Okay, so the capacity of Smelter Creek then running through those personal properties would be slowed to the impact that it would not affect would not be like we had on September 25th where we had flash flooding through there.
Maybe. I mean, I can't 100% guarantee that all of our projects are going to protect everyone from everything that's ever going to happen. In most storm events, it will improve it drastically. Project number 15 is the East Valley Road dip section at the Pine Nut Road wash. This is a photo from 2023. This particular dip section, anytime there's a larger rain event, we had to close the road in 2025 when it was flooding in September as well. This wash was also impacted. East Valley Road is a pretty well-traveled road. And so I think it would be more ideal if the water did not overtop the road during events like this. And so this project has designed a box culvert to go under the road so that most storm events will flow under the road and not over the road. So we applied for the same FEMA hazard mitigation grant funding in 2024. It's also a 25% grant match. Total project cost just under $675,000. Grant is just over $500,000, and the county match is $168,000. So we anticipate this one to be awarded in 2028.
Okay, so, and what your concept here is, and obviously this overtopping is going to destroy that road, okay? So you're talking about going through, tearing up that section of road, putting box culverts in, and making the road level? Is that what you're looking at doing? Or the box culverts would still go under that dip?
The road would be more level, most likely. Yeah, depending on the size of the box culverts.
Which is ideal.
Yes. I will just mention also that we are currently underway on doing a study for this wash. There is an ideal BLM parcel that's also included in the lands bill. That upstream detention would be very ideal, really, for the parcel. And so we're in kind of the design phases of trying to design a project. And so as we go through these area drainage master plan exercises, capital improvement projects will be added to our list.
Is that part? There's that levee that was long ago that broke a long time ago. That part of that wash comes through, right? Is that on the list, just off the list now?
Are you talking about for Smelter Creek?
No, on up Pine Nut, up above, back of the, where most of it comes down, and then there's a little bit comes from the north. There's a levee across there that was breached a long time ago. They used to hold up quite a bit of that.
I'm not sure if I'm aware of what you're referring to.
Oh, well, I was just brought up to me by one of the ranchers. So.
Okay, this is the Pine Nut Road wash. It's not the. It's different than the Pine Nut Creek wash.
Okay.
So they might have been talking about the Pine Nut Creek wash. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
It's
a
in the
lot of
Pine
these
Nuts.
drainages throughout the county.
It's up by what's the women's shelter out there?
Yes. Yeah. City of Refuge.
City of Refuge.
Yes, that is
It's up
Pine.
north.
That's Pine Nut Creek, a separate wash than this
That's
one.
different from this
yeah.
one. Okay. Yep. Got to get my bearings back again. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. There's a lot of them, as I stated. Okay, project number 16 is the Martin Slough crossing at Buckeye Road. This grant was also recently awarded, we're being told. We applied for this in 2023. It is to upsize box culverts under Buckeye Road at the Martin Slough to alleviate the overtopping of the road from the 100-year flood. That would be emergency access for this road. This project, Jeremy Hutchings is taking the lead on, but it should help with the 100-year access for Buckeye Road, which is in the master plan. I'm not sure exactly, but anyways, we will be doing this project very soon. The total project cost was estimated to be $1.8 million. The grant will give us 1.4, and the county match is just under 5. I know there's been some discussions with a private developer to potentially put up the match for this grant, as it would improve access for a project that they have. So more to come on that. Project number 17, we're almost through it, is the Fish Springs Janelle Basin. This one is a privately owned parcel, and they have done some preliminary design on doing some detention on the Pine Nut Creek portion of this lot. It would require a plan development amendment signed by all the property owners, parcel map revision, and then we would have to probably amend the property lines and acquire the property. So there's quite a bit to do on this project, but it is number 17 on the list, so I imagine we'll get there at some point. Number 18 is the Johnson Lane Wash Dam. This project was identified in the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan. I did not include it in the NEPA study that I did to complete the other 4 basins, along with all the other improvements. I included everything in the Area Drainage Master Plan for Johnson Lane except for this dam. And that was because I knew the other projects were time sensitive, and I thought if we included a dam in the NEPA analysis, it would have made it take even longer than 2 years. And so this one still has quite a bit of planning, but we also do need to conduct a cost benefit analysis on this dam to make sure that it is going to provide us as much benefit for the cost of it. Number 19 is the Fish Springs Denmar Basin. You may recall recently in 2024, we partnered with the Parks Department, and the Parks Department actually purchased this private land. It was a 40-acre parcel right adjacent to the Red Hawk Basin. And so we actually had a kickoff meeting this morning to discuss the joint parks/flood control project. We do have a public meeting scheduled, it sounds like, for July 16th. So we'll be releasing more details about that, but we're soliciting a lot of public input for this one since it is a park for the community to use, in addition to the flood control aspect of it.
So as I understand it, should this get done, the parcel would be open to a park facility of some sort while it's dry.
Yes.
Obviously, while it's dry.
Yes, yes. And we would focus, I think, a lot on Pine Nut Creek in terms of our flow and rain gauges. And that watershed there is a lag time in when it's raining up in the mountains to when the water actually gets down to it. And so we would know well in advance if something was coming. Well in advance, I mean a couple hours. Enough time to get people out of there. Okay, believe it or not, we're on project number 20, the last priority, and this is actually the one that we're going to construct next. This particular project, the Johnson Lane Flood Mitigation Detention Basin Project, also known as Pamela Place. When we were going through working with the plaintiff group for Johnson Lane, they had a pot of funds that they were able to use that were discretionary for them because they believed that not everything that was identified in the area drainage master plan was adequate to address the flooding impacts that they had been seeing over the years. So I worked with this group to try to figure out if it wasn't going to be a project on federal land, where would the ideal project be? And it turns out that we did an additional follow-up study with our consultant, and 2731 Pamela Place was shown by the modeling to be an ideal location for a detention basin. And so we immediately started engaging with the property owner to see if they were open to that. And he was patient enough to wait with us while we had applied for grant funding in 2022, and then it was finally awarded in 2025. And so we proceeded with purchasing that property. Now I will say, this is where I'm going to talk about when costs go up. So in 2022, when we applied for the grant, we envisioned it being a $500,000 project. This was the first grant that we had applied for a project, and so we did not know that it would take 3 years for FEMA to award the grant. We had originally budgeted $250,000 to acquire the parcel. By the time we were in negotiations with the property owner and getting it appraised, it came in at $300,000, which is concerning because it already puts the project $50,000 over budget. We are currently working with Loomis Associates. They just gave us the 100% design along with the engineer estimate, and it's quite a bit higher than we had envisioned in 2022 also. And so the grant is, the total project cost is projected to be about $800,000, but we'll know for sure once we're able to put it out to bid and see what kind of responses we get on constructing it. So we have to be committed though, because we're halfway through the project. So that's kind of the tough thing about not having a dedicated funding source to match these grants. I hate to leave money on the table, but it is very critical that we have a sustainable matching source of funds so that we can complete these projects. I believe if you start a project and you don't finish it, that you have to pay back the FEMA funds that you had spent already. So I would hate to get into a position like that.
You said this number, this is the final, the 20? Okay,
Yep.
okay. I know we've asked questions along the way, but there was a question by a member of the public that I felt compelled to ask, and that is, we have these top 20, okay? We have a list of 40 in your stormwater master plan?
I think there's 24.
Oh, there's only 24. I thought there was more than that. Okay. So then the question is, as these number of projects get checked off the list, so to speak, do they remain on the list, or what happens to as they get completed? Hopefully.
Thank you for the question, Courtney Walker. For the record, whatever the board decides to do with the list, I think it is valuable to be able to to leave things on the list but cross them off to show that you've made
Show
progress. They also would be, they're translated into assets, which is kind of a great segue for the next item, but they would be included in our asset management system for inspection and maintenance as part of our maintenance program. So they never go away. They're just
Because there's still
constructed.
going to be maintenance and repairs and maintenance that are necessary.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that this list is fluid, as I understand it. Because we're trying to get money for a lot of different ones here. Just because we have something on number one on the list doesn't mean that gets completed first. We determine where we need to go to based on the funds available, what our opportunities are, and what might be happening on the ground, stormwater at that time. Is that an accurate assessment of that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's very important for the public to understand. Okay. So we're not going to try to, we're not going to focus on one at the expense of the others until we, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may
Yes,
just
please.
add to that, I'm not trying to muddy the waters, no pun intended. But I do think it's really important. The Stormwater Master Plan is an adopted plan and ranks these projects in priority order for a reason. And so when we talk about taking things out of order or different statuses of these projects today, that's a reflection of the fact, as Courtney mentioned at the beginning of her presentation, that the Stormwater Master Plan was adopted in the middle of us already having begun work in applying for grants and other things. It is absolutely the intent of staff to follow these priority order recommendations. We will be revisiting these conversations every year with the County Commission at budget time to allocate funding if the stormwater utility is ultimately funded, so that the board and the public know where the dollars will be spent in the coming fiscal year. We will routinely provide you with status updates on these projects. And then we'll also have conversations with you about if there is a need to change the priority of projects due to, as Ms. Walker mentioned, new information that is a result of additional area drainage plan studies that we have completed, or real-time information regarding storms, increasing severity, frequency, and property damage related to those storms. The scoring criteria for establishing the priority ranking of these projects is in the Stormwater Master Plan, and it does state in there that as storm events happen, we might see changes in orders of these things. And then last but not least, several of the I think at least three or four of the projects, we don't have control of the land. So we are in discussions with the property owners, but we would like to see voluntary participation by those property owners. And we are looking at alternative locations if we're unable to obtain that land, which may change and impact priority orders. So I just wanted to add that as a little bit of a caveat. I'm very, very proud of the work of Courtney and her team, and as well as the work of the consultants on the Stormwater Master Plan to establish these priority projects for us in a way to ensure that we were spending dollars at locations in a priority order that benefits our utility customers most, right? And so I'm grateful for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, sensing no other questions, this is, although we're not looking to take any action on this today, we do have it marked for possible action because we wanted to allow the public an opportunity to speak on this. So at this time, I will go to public comment.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Courtney and her team. There was a project recently completed where I live, and it's a very successful project. I was wondering if there is a small amount of money to do minor adjustments to the stormwater drainage studies that were done specifically in my area to map the wellheads, because there are willing residents that will take care if culverts could be installed, understanding what those maintenance obligations will be to help fix some of the issues where I live. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Moss. It's good to see updates to the priority list, at least where things are at in those projects. But as Courtney mentioned, there's like 24, 26 projects within the Stormwater Master Plan. So why aren't we seeing the remaining projects on that list? We're just seeing the top 20. And if I remember right, the Douglas County Sewer Improvement District site is number 21 on that priority list, or somewhere around there. And that's what I mentioned previously about on another item. The other thing I want to bring to your attention, almost 2 years ago, when you purchased the Red Hawk property, I mentioned that I thought you set a precedent by purchasing the property within a planned development, changing that conservation easement into a flood basin. What I also mentioned was at that time, the zoning of single-family residential does not allow you to build a flood basin. The zoning, the text of the Title 20 needs to be amended to define a flood basin, where it can go, hopefully in a public facility zone, and you have, most of the time, Douglas County owns public facility zone property. So I mentioned at that time that before you take any money from anybody, I'm reminding you, you need to change the code, you need to define a flood basin, and you need to define that you're going to extract material, and the material is going to be in excess of what you can do on your property normally, and it would fall under the mining operation definition. So you need to look at that as well as part of any definition for a flood basin. So I'm just bringing that to your attention, that you don't, even though you own the property, you still have to follow the zoning, and you need to provide for that within the code. Thank you. And also it applies to the Janelle Basin as well, modifying the PD, and it's a single-family residential zone, not just the Red Hawk property. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Jim Jackson. I think it was item number 9, the Johnson Lane Buckbrush, whatever it's actually called. Where can I find where exactly that is? Because Johnson Lane is a big area. It's not just Johnson Lane. And several years ago, we had almost the whole county staff up at my house looking at an area where they were going to put a catch basin about 200 feet off the BLM land there. And no water goes through there. So I was curious if that's what this one is, because if it is, it's a total waste of money. So if there's someplace I can see where these basins are going to be, or wherever that project is, I would appreciate that. The other thing is, I want to back this all up. You're spending a tremendous amount of money on flood control. And most cities need to have flood control. Where I came from, Rancho Cucamonga in Southern California, it was all orange groves and vineyards. And the streets running from the mountain down to the main part of the valley all had 3 and 4 foot curbs on each side. Well, the developers came in and decided we don't need 3 and 4 foot curbs. Well, those were the natural drainage ditches at the time. So the county, in very wise decision, decided to tell the developers, you want to build houses here? You put in all the flood control. You put in the basins, you put in the flood control ditches, the channels. And in the area I lived in, they had to build a whole catch basin with a rather large dam and a flood control channel that ran for about 5 miles, and it was 20 feet deep and 30 feet wide, all cement lined, all at the cost of the developer. If you didn't want to do that, you didn't build the houses. I think in the valley here, I mentioned earlier, did you learn your lesson from what people have done with Mueller Lane over the past 20 years? Quit letting developers build houses where they're going to flood in a flood control area. That's your number one thing. Then you wouldn't have as many problems trying to come up with the matching funds and all of that. If the builder wants to develop that land, let him put in the catch basin. Let him put in all the flood control channels. Let him pay all that at his expense. He's going to make millions off of his development. Let him pay for it instead of having to hit us for an extra $500 or $600 a year, which is what I think I'm going to be hit with on the fees, and let him do that. They can afford it. We can't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Heffernan. So I am in favor of the stormwater utility. I think it's a long time coming. I looked at my property on the maps that were sent out, and I haven't looked at the detail, but I just think we all it's got to be done. And so I think generating that money to pay for some of these projects is a good thing. By the way, there are actually 28 projects on the Storm Drain Master Plan list, and the Buckeye Basin is number 22. So that's not even on the list that you had up there, but there's probably no need to do that. There's been no studies of Buckeye Creek as far as detention. In fact, in the same master plan, a future study is for the Buckeye Basin Wash feasibility, phase 2. So you haven't done any studies out there. Not that I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, how can you even think about issuing a permit to start hauling material out of there when you haven't done a study that determines how big that should be or anything else? I'm a civil engineer. I used to do this stuff. You don't have to dig a hole in the ground to create a detention basin. You dig out enough to build a dam in the right location, the right configuration, and you don't have to haul any dirt off. No impact to the county roads, no impact to dust, all that stuff that we're enduring right now on Johnson Lane is out the window. Keep the soil on the site, build a dam, dig out enough that you can have additional, and then build the dam with the dirt from the site. Keep it all on site. But you can't even talk about that until you've done these studies and really looked at what's got to be done out there. And thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. First of all, congratulations on receiving a $7.32 million grant. Hopefully the county will be successful in many more of those grant requests. We all hope so. So I'm sure that every time the county gets a grant that the utility fees to our residents will be reduced to reflect that, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? Then the county can sunset the stormwater utility that much sooner, which will be great. The priority capital improvements listed in the 2024 Stormwater Master Plan with estimated costs, as has been discussed, showed for the top 24 projects that more than 99% of the funds were for projects between Johnson Lane and Ruinstrath in East Valley. And I'm sure it's a similar percentage with these merely 20. Like Mimi, I was around for the Red Hawk consideration. That detention basin that was approved there, and I believe the county bought the property, if I'm not mistaken, that was designated open space. And what you did there clearly violated the letter and intent of what is supposed to be allowed on open space. And I resent that to this day. And I don't remember which ones of you were on the board at that time, but that was a decision that was not respectful of the purpose and requirements of open space. And some of you in voting to approve said, well, we're relying on the 8 neighbors who all support this project. Well, of course they do. They're the ones at risk, and they want everybody else to pay for it. You know, that's a given, duh. That should have nothing to do with your decision to violate the letter and intent of open space. On number 10 here, you know, I get it that there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis. I'm kind of disappointed that the proposed estimated cost that's appeared many times in previous presentations is not at least included on the slide. It seems like it's not being transparent to show that the shock value to everyone of a $24 million plus project, which is the latest estimates that I'm sure is way too low at this point and will be when you get around to that. But you know, that is one that is, I get it's on the wish list. I'm not sure it's ever going to pencil out in cost-benefit analysis, but you need to take a close look at that one. And it's, I don't know why the number wouldn't be up here when it is on so many other things. It seems like it's not being transparent.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Additional public comment? Okay. Without additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. That concludes item. Do we have any additional comments, questions by the board? If not, then that'll conclude item 13.2. Once again, this will be back on the agenda next Thursday, the 28th, where we'll go through this again, and once again, this will be open for public comment at that time as well. Thank you. We'll now go to 13.3 for possible action. Discussion to amend the 2024 Douglas County Stormwater Master Plan by updating Appendix B, Douglas County Stormwater Operations and Maintenance Manual. And this is by Courtney Walker, our Stormwater Project Program Manager again. Do we need to take a quick break? I think I could use I think I could use a quick break if you don't mind. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Courtney Walker. For the record, I'm here today to talk about the operation and maintenance plan update. I will say that I started in this position in 2016. I joke a lot because it was my first day of work was February 29th, 2016. And so when I just hit the 10-year mark, they gave me a certificate that said February 29th, 2026. That day didn't happen on this calendar year. But anyways, fun fact. I do want to take the time to note, in 2018, the Board of County Commissioners in their August meeting had allocated $1.1 million out of the budget, the general fund budget, to fund the stormwater department. And during that process, I had drafted the first stormwater operations and maintenance plan. And it was kind of a vision for what I thought we might do, not knowing who the people were going to be that were going to be working with me on this. And so an update to this plan is very timely, knowing what I know now that I didn't know then. And so I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to highlight a few things that I consider to be accomplishments since this plan was first drafted and adopted in 2018. And what I want to say first is we've come a long way in our operation, inspection, and maintenance of our existing stormwater assets here in Douglas County. The assets I am talking about primarily are culverts under county maintained roads, storm drains under county maintained roads, detention basins, and things of that nature. In 2018, I had a general idea of where some of those things were, and we had done, some other people before me had done some GIS mapping to collect some of the assets. And so we had a decent idea of kind of what we had. But I will say that we have a very good asset management system now. I think it could be better. There's a lot of work that it takes on the back end with some of my staff members, really time consuming in keeping that information up to date. And so at some point in time, I do want to transition to something that is less time intensive. But we have collected 1,500 assets throughout the county. I would say about 1,300 of them are maintained by the county. Some we collect just to know that they're there, but they might be within a town or a GID or even an HOA. But they all are available on our public viewer. And as our team started collecting these assets in 2018 or 2019, I guess is when staff actually started, less than 50% of them were considered to be in good condition. So that means over 50% of our culverts, storm drains, detention basins, et cetera, needed maintenance in some way, shape, or form, whether it be to be vectored out or have sediment be removed. A lot of these assets were not in what I would consider to be good functioning condition. Since we've been doing dedicated maintenance for this for the last over 7 years now, over 95% of our assets are what I consider to be in good functioning condition to accept water. Does that mean that they'll work perfectly in every flood event? No. Can they get overwhelmed? Yes. But in a regular storm, even like a 25-year storm event, which is pretty large size, our infrastructure is ready to accept the water. And so that is a lot of progress that has been made with that $1 million that was dedicated to get our department going. We were able to purchase a Vector truck, an excavator, a couple of dump trucks, a trailer, a skip loader. We have a maintenance supervisor, Jason Szymanski, and then we have 3 stormwater maintenance operators. So it's a small but mighty crew. They're very productive. And then we also have Katie Hay, who's here in the audience today. She's our stormwater engineering technician, and really kind of just the one that keeps us on track and organized and all of that. And so we have a really great team that cover the operation and maintenance that we have today. And I know that I'm just going to put this out there, that there were previous boards that I think wanted to move stormwater funding forward, but we didn't have a team that was already in place doing it. And so we have a very effective team. We have goals. We have a plan. And it's showing in our infrastructure being in good condition. There are obviously additional things that we need to do to improve our level of service, but for what we have existing, things are in good shape. I will also say that there were several other areas in the county where there was nuisance problems that would occur over and over and over again. From a maintenance standpoint, there would be roads that would wash out, or roads that would end up after a flood event having a large drop off the side, which is not great for from a public safety standpoint. And so our team has done the Nye Drive, for example, in Johnson Lane. That road used to wash out every time the Johnson Lane wash would run. And they would bring dirt in and fill it back in, but it would wash out again in the next flood event. And so we did some substantial erosion control work, concreted the dip section, and now when we see high flows in that area, there's nothing to do because nothing eroded, the road's still there. And so a lot of our goals are to fix kind of these routine maintenance nuisance problems and improve them so that it's not an area that you have to go back to every single time that it floods. There was several areas on East Valley and Henning Lane, other areas where washes, a lot of times here in Douglas County, washes go right over the road, and on the downstream side, it can cause severe erosion. And so a lot of those areas have been repaired and they're functioning well. And so I have a lot of faith in the team that we have and the knowledge that we carry with, in particular, to our field staff. And so we're very appreciative for the progress that has been made there. I also do want to say we have for over the last decade, even longer, have had our substantial requirements to complete in the Tahoe Basin in regards to the total maximum daily load, TMDL requirements. And a lot of those assets require maintenance as well. And we always had to contract out that type of work previously before we had an in-house crew. To clean, I remember there's an older wet basin at the end of Kale Drive, and I remember I had to contract out to do that, and it was probably about $50,000 to clean that basin because it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Our crew now does that in-house. They do it every year to every other year, depending on how much work is needed. And it's just part of the ongoing project maintenance that they schedule annually. And so it's been a very successful program, I believe, that I function and see these people day in and day out. They care a lot, just really great stuff. And so I just want to take the time to point that out. They actually were instrumental in helping to update this plan, and in particular, Katie as well. They really jumped on it. It was very much needed, and I don't know that I need to go through the whole entire plan. I didn't necessarily prepare a formal presentation, but I know that this will be on the agenda for next week as well. A member of the public did request to put one of these maps up that's in the plan, and I can do that if that's okay with anyone. And then I also just am here to take questions.
Commissioners, questions? You want to go ahead and put that map up? Sure. Okay. You want to talk to that map, or did a member of the public have?
Sure. Courtney Walker, for the record. This is a snapshot, particularly in the Carson Valley, of the assets that we have been collecting over time: culverts, drop inlets, basins, vortechnic units, manhole covers, etc. Yeah. Yes. And then, well, I mean, I can show the other areas as well. So basically, we have all this information in GIS, and it's actually a pretty cool tool, aside from how time-consuming it is to keep it updated. But you can click on it, you can see when the last time that asset was inspected, when the last time it was maintained, you can see a photo of it. You can tell what it is, what kind of culvert it is, what type of material it's made out of, what size it is, and things like that. And so it's great to have this information and be able to answer questions that come in from residents without necessarily always requiring a site visit. So it's been very great to have this information available online.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. These three agenda items related to stormwater today were added by staff to the board meeting today in response to public comment and also questions by the Commission about how the stormwater utility will spend the money that has been allocated to it. And so this maintenance and operations plan really speaks to the operating budget of the program, and where the crew spends their time, where Courtney spends their time on the day-to-day maintenance of the assets that we are responsible for maintaining. And then the previous board agenda item is a reflection of the capital projects. And in just a moment, we'll be discussing the last piece of the funding allocation. So I just wanted to explain a little bit more about our intent for including this information. We will also include it as part of next week's conversation to make sure the public understands how stormwater fees will be spent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that a member of the public is going to get up and address this. I'm making an assumption there because that's why you put it up there, right? What I did want to mention is that you did a good job of calling out your crew for the jobs that they do, and I have encountered them several times in a number of projects. When the flash flooding came off of the hills above Holbrook Highlands, the cleaning up of Penrod, and that was certainly a public safety issue. Those residents could not get out at that time to for whatever appointments they had, doctor appointment, medication, groceries. So I really appreciate you jumping on top of that. We noticed you're getting directly involved and taking care of the issues of the culverts on Sandstone in the Topaz Ranch Estates area. That was a cost to the county that should have been borne by the GID, but that when that bill came before this board, we went ahead and approved that to pay for that. But there's another item that I wanted to make sure that we didn't forget, and that is that even though you have a dedicated department for stormwater, those are not the only individuals that get called out when we have these types of incidences. And I wanted to make sure we didn't let those employees go unnoticed and unheralded, okay? Because we don't say, oh, this is only a stormwater division problem, and there you have 3 or 4 employees. Fortunately, he didn't call on me because I would have been a hindrance, not a help. But anyways, but we do have we call out our roads division. We call out a number of other folks. So maybe you can tell me what assets that we go ahead and employ in these types of I mean, these are the day-to-day operations, but when we have storm events, you know, and I often say, you know, people don't understand, you know, water does not abide by jurisdictional boundaries, right? So maybe you can tell us about other resources we use in those kind of incidences, because I think it's important to recognize those employees as well.
Thank you very much for bringing that up, Courtney Walker, for the record. It's funny, as you were speaking, I started to write that down to remember to bring it up. We do work pretty closely from time to time with the road department. When we're responding to these things, typically it is the road department that goes out first because their priority is opening and closing roads. They have the authority over that portion of it. And so we're there to respond with them to determine whether or not a road does need to be closed for public safety purposes. But they are the ones that are out responding to that and trying to clear things to get the road back open as soon as possible. After that, it's more of a stormwater function to come in and address the infrastructure that may have been damaged or needs maintenance and things like that. And so one can't function without the other. In terms of the mudslide, they have the equipment, large graders and things like that, to get the road open, and then we'll come in after the fact to actually clean the drainage infrastructure. And so it requires a lot of communication, and then it also involves the fire department and the sheriff's department as well in terms of the public response. And so it is that, and in addition to the emergency management department as well. And so we all end up coordinating together. Everyone has their roles. Some of them overlap, but we're all in communication when we have issues like this, for sure.
Commissioners, any other comments, questions? No? Well,
I mean, you're done with your presentation on this. Is that right? Is this the right time?
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm here. I'm ready to take any questions.
A lot of people have asked what happens to the development rights when critical land easements are acquired. And
Isn't that the next item? Commissioner Hales, that's the next item.
Oh, that's the next item. Sorry. You're right. Operations and maintenance. Jumping ahead.
I wasn't sure if you had a question that led to that.
Thanks for reminding me. I'm anxious to get to that one.
I do have a quick question, and it has to do with the review of your inventory. When you've gone back through it the last time, it was in good condition. Does the system automatically kick it to fair if it hasn't been observed in 3 years or something? Because it's not going to be perfect just because you looked at it 3 years ago, right? So is there some kind of a mechanism in there that says, hey, go double check this one now?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Tolbert. Courtney Walker, for the record. You're not going to believe this, but we inspect every asset every year. Yeah. They usually do it before winter It's kind of a slower time of year, generally speaking. But yes, there is a month, November. The guys hate it, but they go and they lay eyes on every single asset every year. So.
Good question. Okay, Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions? If not, I'll go to public comment. Sounds like we go to public comment. Thank you.
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll entertain public comment on item 13.3.
Jim Slade. Operation and maintenance are obviously important aspects of the Stormwater Master Plan, but what people tend to focus on are the enormous costs, estimated at around $140 million for the proposed capital improvements. I know that proposed rates are not really on today's agenda, but this map of the operations and maintenance and the supplemental for this item is an obvious nexus to an overview of how rates are considered. And it is not the same, but it is related to this tiny little map that you got May 5th of valley drainage assets, which are similar in outlook to this, but show more on the drainage one. To my mind, in looking at this map, there should be 4 distinct different fee areas. 1, agricultural property, most of the blank spaces on the map up there, I certainly agree that they should not pay any fee whatsoever since they help direct stormwater and allow it in many cases to return to the aquifer. West Valley on the left shows is mainly a rural area with few, if any, dense developments that would have gutters or drop inlets, or detention ponds, tends to have larger parcels where much of the precipitation soaks back into the aquifer. It is barely affected, if at all, by alluvial flash floods that occur almost exclusively in East Valley. In that regard, it should not be charged for not having an existing local service area for stormwater since it doesn't need one. This area has culverts that occasionally need cleaning, but these are usually box culverts on state highways, which the state should either pay or reimburse the county for the cost. Let me know if that's right, Courtney. This area should only be charged the base rate. The towns and GIDs already pay a fee for stormwater since they are primarily dense residential areas that utilize curb, gutter, drop inlets, culverts, and have a higher ratio of impervious surface related to the size of the property. They too should only pay the base rate. East Valley has many dense residential developments such as Saratoga Springs, and they tend to have curb and gutter, drop inlets, lots of culverts, and nearby detention basins, as you can see from the area to the east of, some of the areas east of 395 that are not in towns or GIDs. They are the ones that are almost always the ones affected by alluvial flash floods in recent decades, which is why 99% of the proposed capital improvements are located in that area, because they are most at risk and most benefit from those projects. The first proposal that we saw from you a month or so ago had West Valley and East Valley paying the same rate. That was obviously wrong. Now West Valley is expected to pay 66% of what East Valley does, which does not reflect a defensible or equitable rate. So they should only pay the base rate, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Slade.
Ellie Waller, I wasn't going to get up and talk about this today. I don't know when it would be appropriate today or May 28th. I'm just following on Mr. Slade's comments. I think that there just needs to be a broader scope of definitions brought to the May 28th meeting. I could have done this in closing, but I wanted to do this at the benefit of Courtney, where the evaluations of how each of the categories happened. I pulled my map I know what my subdivision looks like. I'm going to have my neighbors calling me. I'm a board member on my property owners association, and I want to alleviate 100 calls going to Courtney. So if definitions of how a small versus a medium versus a large, what the new term I didn't even understand, measured, would be helpful for your May 28th meeting. I don't agree or disagree with my area and how it's being built out. I just need to understand each of the different definitions, how a roof line was judged. It's a great system to be able to go on here and say, there's my property. This is mine. My neighbor across the street's going to go, what? And why me? And so that's just beneficial, I think, for your next meeting to avoid confusion. And then, of course, we don't really want to have to talk about it, but you do state that you're going to have an appeal process. And some of that information needs to be brought forward. It may not be Courtney's purview on the appeal process, but just so people understand that there is a place other than Ellie to ask a question, what does this mean about my property? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Well, I was going to wait, but since the last two have mentioned the same thing, there's a lot of confusion. I brought my property up on the map, and now I'm in what's called measured. All 2 acres are considered impervious, I guess. I don't know. I have desert landscaping. So it is ridiculous to say that all 2 acres are whatever they're calling measured. I don't even know what that is. I'd never heard that one before I saw that on the map. I think, like LA said, you're going to get a lot of phone calls if it's not clearly stated and if the map is not corrected, because my neighbor right next to me on one side has the same thing that I have, and he has less gravel on his property than I do, so he should have far less than I do. The neighbor on the other side, there's no indication at all what they have. There's no grain, there's no nothing, so I guess their property is free. So there's something either wrong with the map on how it's being interpreted by the internet. I tried it on 3 different browsers and they all came up with the same thing. Or there's a fundamental problem in how this was all put together. And I think I mentioned way back when you first started this that you've created a monster, and the monster is now growing limbs, and it's going to be very confusing. I still think you should go back to 1 fee for residential property and not have it a tiered basis, because the minute you put in those tiers, everybody's going to start complaining. I know I am right now, and I don't like to complain. I know you find that hard to understand, but I really don't. But if it's fair, I don't mind paying the bill. I really don't. But the way that you've got it now, I will be the first one to appeal. And if you make it the system to where I have to come in and appeal, and every other person does, we're going to be extremely upset. You need to handle that on the front end so we don't have to appeal. We have to be able to look at it and say, yeah, that's reasonable. I may disagree with, you got my driveway a little bigger than it should be or something like that. But when you make it so obvious that my whole property is in the measured, and I don't know what that means, and if I tried to figure it out, somebody told me it was going to cost me over $600 a year because of that, yeah, I'm going to be upset. So anyway, that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, sensing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. I was going to ask Ms. Waller her phone number so that I could direct my phone calls to Ms. Waller, but I already have it, so I hope you take those 100 phone calls. Yeah. So anyways, okay, so that is item 13.3. Once again, we're not taking any action today. That'll come back before us next Thursday, and we will allow public comment again on that item. So with that, thank you very much, Courtney. You didn't have any other okay, because I don't want to preempt any. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today. We will go to item 13.4 for possible action, discussion to adopt the Douglas County Stormwater Utility Critical Lands Conservation Acquisition and Management Plan and direct staff to incorporate the plan into the Douglas County Stormwater Master Plan as Appendix E. This is being presented by our county manager, Ms. Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. With me here today is Ms. Courtney Walker, our Stormwater Program Manager, as you know. As we mentioned on the previous two agenda items, we're not recommending you take action on this. We'll be including this agenda item also on the May 28th meeting for additional conversation. For those who may be wanting to follow along, a full copy of the plan is included as in supplemental materials beginning on page 81. I, to the best of my ability, have summarized the information contained. What is the purpose of the plan? So obviously we wanted to create a framework to identify and prioritize critical lands. Ideally, it is the goal of the stormwater utility to reduce flood risks and infrastructure liabilities, to protect our watershed, our water quality, our water health, and to support a resilient and fiscally responsible stormwater utility. Why this plan matters? Well, we all know flooding threatens public safety and stormwater utility infrastructure. Courtney mentioned a couple of examples during her presentation of instances in which when roads overtop or there is a large storm event, maybe it's not a 100-year or a 500-year flood, it might be a 25-year stormwater event. Because of the way some of our infrastructure is installed, stormwater infrastructure in particular, these reoccurring events do cause damage to what is stormwater utility assets. We have natural floodplains that already function as stormwater infrastructure. As I mentioned in previous meetings, we could over-engineer solutions here. We could pave the valley, not pave it, we could install concrete, we could do aqueducts, we could do millions, hundreds of millions worth of engineered solutions across Douglas County, or we could save money for our stormwater utility customers, and we can make this more cost effective by utilizing the floodplain as a stormwater asset. And that is the intent of this Critical Lands Conservation Acquisition and Management Plan. Because preserving these lands will reduce future infrastructure costs for the stormwater utility, which ultimately will reduce costs for our utility ratepayers. This plan supports long-term community resilience and watershed protection, as I mentioned before. Our vision statement, I took this verbatim out of the plan. I'm not going to read it to you, but the most important pieces of this plan or this vision statement that I thought would be worthy of including or stating on the public record is that it is our intent the county shall prioritize preservation of natural floodplain functions where feasible, because it ultimately saves our utility and our ratepayers money, avoidance of future infrastructure costs through conservation where practical, and acquisition of strategically important lands for stormwater infrastructure where conservation alone is insufficient to address existing or future flood risks. What are critical lands? There is a definition included in the plan. They are those properties that provide significant stormwater management, flood mitigation, watershed protection, or drainage infrastructure cost avoidance benefits. They include land within the 100-year floodplain, the floodways, natural detention areas, riparian corridors, wetlands, flood-prone undeveloped lands, groundwater recharge areas, stream corridors, and also hydrologically significant privately owned parcels, which have been identified in our stormwater master plan. Which lands are to be conserved? Which ones are our goals to conserve? They have been identified in this plan. We identified priority conservation areas and parcels to acquire through mapping, analysis of the floodplain and watershed boundaries, drainage systems, infrastructure deficiencies, development pressure, and strategic stormwater management opportunities. Those maps are included in this plan. I didn't include a slide for each of those maps. As I mentioned, the maps are included in the supplemental material, and they begin on packet page 91, for those who may want to look at those. Additionally, we have provided a link to a map, an online map that is available on a GIS viewer. It's a little bit easier to interact with. You could do an easier search if you're curious what critical lands have been identified near you or in certain neighborhood areas or around certain areas. You can go to that map and you can access it by clicking on the link within the plan that has been published. How do we plan to administer this plan? Well, first and foremost, it's important to note that participation in this program would be voluntary. We would intend to work with private property owners, those who have parcels identified as critical lands in this plan, and work with them through the tools that we have identified in the plan, which I'll talk to you about in just a moment. The plan will be implemented through the budget process. The board will allocate funding from the stormwater utility for this purpose each year, if it is your desire to do so. In the current budget that we have proposed for the stormwater utility, which would be considered for adoption on May 28, $1 million has been allocated for this purpose in that budget. Progress reports would be provided to the board annually, including estimated infrastructure costs avoided, grant funding leveraged, flood storage preserved, and water quality improvements made, if applicable. Final selection and approval will be done by the BOCC prior to moving forward with any of the acquisitions, both either conservation easements or fee title simple acquisitions. And would be based on the criteria that is established in the plan, which I'll go through with you today. Yes.
Property owners will apply to participate. So will you, notify eligible property owners that their area is high on the list, and are they interested, or how will that work?
Yes, so we do plan on reaching out to property owners and making notifications to advise them that their property has been identified as critical infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, I mean in terms of conserving it the way it is in its natural state today, in most instances. And so, yes, we do plan on reaching out to property owners to notify them. And then also for the stormwater, for those projects where we need to acquire land within the stormwater master plan, we are in the process of discussing that with those property owners now because they are high priorities for acquisition. So those conversations will be ongoing with those property owners.
Jennifer, sorry, Ms. Davidson, as these property owners come forward, or as we identify properties that would be best utilized for this purpose, would we take possession of those lands, or would they still, would we be taking their development rights away and preserving those, and would they still be able to operate their lands in the condition they are now?
So it depends on the land in particular, Mr. Chairman. If I can go to the next slide. Yes, you did. That's okay. I'm glad it was the very next slide. You didn't jump that far ahead. So we have two main tools identified in the plan. The first are conservation easements, and they are the preferred method for the reasons that I stated earlier in this presentation. In the instance of conservation easements, the landowner will retain ownership of the property, and the land may continue to be used for compatible purposes such as agriculture, ranching, recreation, or open space. Development restrictions would remain binding on future property owners. So we would acquire the conservation easement, and that would take the development rights, the ability to develop greater densities than what that underlying zoning allows off of that property and permanently conserve it. And then the terms of the easements may be tailored to meet the objectives of the owner and our program. And then the county would be responsible for monitoring and enforcing the conservation easement moving forward. In that instance, sir, the property owner would retain and ownership of the land and would manage it, consistent with what I just mentioned. In the second tool, which would be the less commonly used, would be the fee simple title acquisition, which would be a cash purchase of the land. And we would look at acquiring, specifically right now, the only parcels we would contemplate potentially acquiring are those that are identified in our stormwater master plan that we would need for particular stormwater projects where we couldn't accomplish our objectives by obtaining an easement or through a different method other than fee title acquisition. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay. The prioritization criteria, let me move this guy out of our field of view here, is established within the plan and ranked in the following priority order. Again, our primary goal is to save money for the utility, because ultimately that means saving money for our utility ratepayers. We want to avoid future utility infrastructure drainage costs with this program. Our next highest priority would be to preserve lands identified within the MAP flood hazard areas. And the third, reduce the utility's future public infrastructure obligations. Fourth, protect regionally significant drainage corridors. Fifth, support implementation of the Stormwater Master Plan. And sixth, improve long-term watershed resilience. We added some points also into the matrix if the particular parcel allows for a more competitive grant application or for an opportunity for us to leverage funding partnerships so that we can put the resources of the utility to maximum effect and ultimately save our ratepayers money over time. This matrix would be applied to an application in which would result in us scoring the application and then making a recommendation to the county commission at the time we brought it forward to you. This would allow you, if you had multiple applications at different times, to compare them in a, I can't remember if I want to say objective or subjective. Oh my gosh, objective way, thank you. An objective way, that was a brain freeze for a second. In an objective way, but then also you can consider the parcel on its individual merit. It is possible that it's not scoring high enough for you to pull the trigger on doing something at this time. And this criteria is established to assist you in making that decision in a public meeting with public engagement and input on that at the time we consider that application. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything further unless there's anything in particular that the county commissioners want to ask about.
What about the development rights that are secured by the county? What happens to those?
So currently today, while we do have a TDR program, there is no reference to the TDR program in this plan because we have no means or method of banking development rights. And barring any action or direction by this county commission, we anticipate that if we did acquire a conservation easement through this program at this time, that those development rights would be retired unless the board directed us to do something different. TDR banking would require a framework and administrative rules and procedures and processes that have not been established up till now.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a couple of questions?
Please do.
I'm not sure if this is the exact area you were talking about, but we've heard a lot of public comment today. And there's two things that have stood out to me: the impervious area and how that's calculated. I was under the impression that was for areas where water could not flow through, not dirt, gravel, and other things. But from what the speakers had said, it seems like that is being calculated, and that doesn't seem fair to me. Can you address that?
Commissioner Tarkanian, I believe that was probably in the other presentation. I don't know.
I know, but the county managers just finally got up, so that's why I asked her. It's okay. I could ask her directly when we're not in a public meeting. That's fine. And then the other question is going to be the same, something similar. It's going to be. I'll discuss it with her outside of the meeting, and it'll be part of our discussion on next Thursday.
Yeah, I think those are important discussions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I do have comments on that, but probably best to go to public comment first rather than make my comments on what happens to the development rights that are secured by the county from the property. I don't know. I think I'm saying that right.
I think we all have questions about that, so it would be good to answer those. Let's go to public comment, and we'll come back and do that. Okay. Okay, so at this time, public comment will be open on item, I lost my notes here, 13.4, the Stormwater Utility Critical Lands Conservation Acquisition and Management Plan.
Dan Ainsworth. I wasn't going to say anything because I thought things were going Logic 101 right down the middle until Jennifer just made one little small comment here, and by saying about the development rights, unless the county board directs her to do something else with them. I would recommend highly that you don't do that, that you keep conservation easements, development rights gone forever, period, and that you don't touch the TDR program at all. There's been a lot of confusion, I think, in the public between TDRs and conservation easements, and that's why I sent you the email the other day. I think that's cleared up here. Jennifer did a good job of explaining that. Just don't direct her to bank conservation easement development rights. Thanks.
Jim Jackson. I agree with that. Right now, we know who the board members are. We know what you do. In the future, we're going to have different board members. And if this kind of thing was sitting out there where it was banked and it could be given away to somebody, who knows what would happen to it? We've all seen how many programs in this country started out with good intentions and ended up being totally the opposite. This program has a lot of money in it. A lot of people are going to be spending a lot of money on it. All the fees we're going to be charged for it. And it has grandiose plans to do things very well for the county. But it also, with the wrong people in charge, opens up a lot of corruption. And I think once you take away the development rights, I think they should be gone forever. Otherwise, why are you taking them away? To give them away to somebody else at a future date? That needs to be cleared up at this point. Don't let a future board do it. You guys make the rules, make them now, so that future boards can't be screwing around with it. And it's something that I think a lot of people are very concerned about, and a lot of people are watching closely at these kinds of things, that government sets up all these funds and all these different things, and then all of a sudden we find out down the road we were taken to the cleaners with it. So I think this is one of those things, and I've asked before, what can this land be used for? Once you've taken it, or once the $1 million, what can it be used for? And it really needs to be tightened up, otherwise the wrong people in charge could do the wrong things with them. So that's my comments on it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I also agree. I work with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency issues often, and they've turned tourist accommodation units, coverage, all those things that people don't understand, up in Tahoe as commodities. A tourist accommodation unit at one time was $12,000. Now they go for $100,000. So you don't want to create a commodity bank. I agree that retirement, especially because the valley and even our portion in Tahoe for that matter, we don't want to open up a new caveat for a receiving area, so on and so forth. I think everybody is in agreement, and you as a board can at some point put some protections in place before they become an issue and the public has to come forward again. And when the transfer of development rights package comes forward, I think there should be a portion of the presentation that does address coordination with stormwater. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Moss. So some of my questions relate to the Agriculture Preservation Open Space Plan. That plan identifies critical lands for purchase or conservation. And how does this plan relate to that existing plan? So if you've got double work, not necessary if the Agriculture Open Space Plan is already in place. So that's one of my questions. The other is, I think the county manager mentioned something about acquiring conservation easements. Well, you don't really acquire a conservation easement. You set up a conservation easement that deed restricts the property from future development and transfer those development rights somewhere else. And so the development rights are stripped, and then it sets the limitations on what that property owner can do with that property as part of that conservation easement. The other issue is who determines the value or the cost of the TDR or the development right? Is there appraisal required? There's no demand today for development rights, transferring development rights, because most all the projects that have been approved in the receiving areas are already holding those development rights. And so the retiring of those development rights makes a lot of sense instead of banking and have to go through that whole process. But the value, does the county want to get duped from a property owner, and paying too much for a development right when the cost may be way less than what you think or what the market is today? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think this Appendix E is well written and would really work well. All you got to do is find a different source of revenue to implement it. It really doesn't belong to the utility. And there's one word, phrasing that really hit my raw nerve here. Groundwater recharge has nothing to do with stormwater as far as buying property, just buying property to recharge it. The recharge is basically done by the agricultural community by flooding or by using reclaimed water from the sewer. In fact, that's probably more critical in the future. If you got rid of the ag land into development, where would you put all that sewer water? Big problem. So I just suggest, and I realize with the amount of these priority items, I probably won't be around the first time you actually spend money on E, because I'm 89 years old, and it'll take you more than 10 years of her good work here of eliminating things off her list. There'll be new items on her list just from the lands bill when it happens.
Thank you.
Charles Heffernan, thank you for this opportunity. I agree 100% with some of the previous speakers who said you should not bank these rights. If the county is paying the property owner with public funds that we've all put in, you shouldn't be banking those rights and transferring them to somewhere else. You're buying those rights, and they should be gone, and it should be in perpetuity. Also, I think, and I guess this would go into the easement, whatever it is, but you got to think about maintenance too. Now, if it's ag property, they can still have their cattle on there or whatever else. But if it's a property that's, I can't think of an example, but it's going to need some annual maintenance for brush control or weeds or whatever it is, you've got to think about that as well. So that whether it's in the easement or I don't know if you have to put it in the ordinance, however that's handled. And lastly, this seems a little premature until you have a utility to be having this third item. You don't have a utility yet. Why do you want to approve this next week, I assume, when you don't have a utility? So it maybe is a little premature, and maybe some of these other things can be worked out while you're at a later date in June or whatever else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. I certainly support the acquisition of critical lands for all the advantages mentioned by the county manager. And just so you don't think that I'm a no new taxes or fees ever kind of person, I would like to point out that I'm willing to pay the medium base rate fee for stormwater on my property, even though nearly all, if not all, of the stormwater would return to the aquifer on my 5+ acres, more than 4 of which are undeveloped. Related to this item, I also supported the open space initiative in both 2000 and 2020 and was disappointed in both cases that it narrowly lost the election. As you likely recall, in 2020, I believe, every county commissioner and planning commissioner supported that initiative, as did the Chamber of Commerce and both agricultural groups, associations. According to my calculations, that would have cost the average household about $20 a year, since groceries and services are excluded from the associated quarter-cent sales tax increase. Yet it went to a vote of the people and lost. The proposed stormwater utility fees would likely start at a minimum of $35 a year per household, but could be hundreds of dollars a year per household. I estimate the average would be about $120 a year per household. Yet you are proposing to approve this much more expensive fee or tax without a vote, which baffles me a bit. Maybe you should reintroduce the open space initiative plan, pass it without a vote of the people, and use that money just for the purchase of development rights and reduce the stormwater fee appropriately. I would ask the county manager if she'd care to comment on how an open space initiative like that might complement or replace the utility fees to protect critical lands, not to do the other things that the stormwater does, but to take that aspect perhaps out of it, although, that might just be a complementary way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? As I'm seeing no additional public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board. So what I would say is, in a public forum on Tuesday, we got into the question of banking versus retirement of the TDRs, and I indicated to the public that I was most interested in not necessarily eliminating one of the tools that we might have available to us. But I'm hearing the public speak otherwise, and so I'm listening to you. I want you to know that, okay? I take your comments, appreciate your comments, and so I guess I'm going to probably have to change my feelings in that regard. But I'm willing to do that, okay? So just so you know, because public comments are very important to me. So anyways, I hear you. Okay, any other commissioners have any other questions?
I do agree with the public comment that encourages us to retire any development rights that we purchase. And the reason for me is the purpose of this is, the purpose of the whole stormwater plan is to manage our stormwater and then prevent floods. Managing stormwater includes securing lands that meet the criteria. Nowhere in there is there a purpose to make money from development rights or to acquire development rights so we can make more density somewhere else. That's just that is inconsistent, or at least not aligned with the purpose of the program. And I would prefer to spell it out in a document somewhere that the board is intending to retire development rights that are acquired, so that we don't leave it to a future board's whim that they might want to go off on some other tangent. I appreciate the comments that we don't have a framework set up to really manage or bank. And the last thing we want to do is create another bureaucracy or a whole nother level of administrative demand. A demand on administration or staff. And so, and the last thing I'll say is, although it's always been very clear that the purpose of this part, critical lands part of the stormwater utility, is stormwater management, the county has said a byproduct of that is that we support our rural nature, we support agriculture as a byproduct, not as a core objective or criteria. And that is inconsistent with adding more density somewhere else or making money off of that. So for those reasons, although I realize that it doesn't need to be stated right now, because unless we direct otherwise, it won't happen. But I believe the public sentiment is to retire those, and I would rather have that articulated than to go unstated.
So earlier today, it was brought up and very adamant that we stay on track of what exactly we're doing. And so I think it's important to back up the trolley, because I heard some comments earlier that we don't have a utility yet. How can we do this? Well, actually, if we could maybe rerun where we are in this process, because I'm under the understanding that we do have a utility that we approved setting up the utility, and that we are in the process of setting rates. And in said process of setting rates, the public has asked many questions, very valid, and that we are responding to those questions about what these rates are going to be used for, if it's going to be, here's what they possibly are, but here's what they're going to use for. There was no definition of what is administration. You gave us that today. What is going to be used for the critical lands? You gave us that today. So I feel like where we are, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are basically trying to be as transparent as possible and answering, which is one of the things that I was very big on at the very beginning of this, is letting the public know and understand, because it pains me when they say we're ramming it down their throats, because we're absolutely trying not to do that. We recognize this is something that needs to happen, and we're trying to be as clear and open with the process as possible. So with where we are today, can you just give me the overview, and maybe for the public, of where we're at and where we're headed, and what's going to be the next steps of getting this established, whatever the next votes are going to be about? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. You were exactly correct with where we're at today. So this board has taken action to approve a stormwater utility and to create the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund. And we are in the process of designing rates to fund that enterprise fund. And in response to public feedback about how those dollars will be spent, we are trying to bring forward this information for transparency. We will be looking at possibly adopting rates for the program on May 28th. And those rates, if adopted, would go into effect of July 1. So that's where we're at in the process. Hopefully that answers your question.
Exactly. Thank you. I think the only thing that we have left that hasn't been necessarily answered is that definition of the permeable surfaces and what the challenge looks like, or whatever, if somebody wants to contest what their coverages are. So I think we've answered just about every question that's been brought in one manner, maybe not to the way people want to hear the answer, but we brought forth, I think, an answer to every one of those questions. Like those are, for me, unless you guys know some others that I'm forgetting, I think those are the only two I think that, from what I've heard, that we haven't answered yet. So maybe in the next one we can include what that may look like, or however we're going to bring that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, for the record, County Manager. Yes, absolutely. I do hear a desire for us to include those on as part of the May 28th discussion. I thank you for that. I also, if I may, Mr. Chairman, there were, in the spirit of answering questions today, there were two additional questions asked of county staff under public comment, and I'd like the opportunity to respond to those. Both of them were posed by Ms. Moss. The first was, how does this critical land management plan relate to the ag open space plan in the Douglas County Master Plan? There is some overlap between these two planning documents. In the Venn diagram of ag and open space conversation, you would see a larger bubble. More land would be included under the master plan for as open space and ag conservation priorities as part of master planning objectives that the county has. The smaller bubble in that Venn diagram does have some overlap, but it is specifically related to this stormwater utility. So the land that we have identified in this critical land management plan is specific to and serves to benefit the stormwater utility. There needs to be a direct nexus between the land that we have identified, most of it being within the floodplain, within critical drainages, or parcels that we have identified specifically in the stormwater master plan that would be included in this critical land management plan. As Commissioner Hales noted, there is some added benefits of what we're doing here, but there needs to be a direct nexus between the fees that we are collecting and the dollars spent. And that is why it is so important for us to define that criteria as part of this discussion today. Hopefully that answers that question. And then the second question I believe she posed was, would there be an appraisal required? Yes. For conservation easements or fee title acquisition, we would do appraisals and bring that to the county commission and provide that as part of the background information before recommending a purchase in those instances. That's it.
Thank you.
Can I
go ahead.
follow up on something there? I know that there will be what we're calling an appeal process. To me, that is makes me a little uncomfortable because I don't want it to be a bureaucratic time suck to ask the county to look at your property. And so I don't know if we're going to always call it an appeal process, but I want to say that if someone wants to call it, looks at the map and has questions, there's no reason they can't call the county right now. Am I right? And ask questions about their property right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Yes, absolutely, we will take those calls. We have been in contact with many members of the public to answer questions, and we will continue to do so. There will be a defined appeal period prior to the fees being charged. However, like any county utility, if there has been an error made on the part of the county, outside of that formal appeal process, we will take a call at any point in the year, and we will adjust the charges if we need to accurately reflect what is happening on those properties. And we will be responsive to the public. We do that with our sewer utility and our water utility. We take calls, people ask about billing, have billing questions, and we will do that here as well.
So if a member of the public looks on the map and has questions or concerns about their rate, should they call the 782-9821? No, is that or what would a member of the public do?
The phone number for the county manager's office is 782-9821. We'd be happy to take those calls, and then additionally, I know Courtney's been taking calls, and I don't happen to know her phone number off the top of my head. Courtney, I don't know if you want to throw it out there.
I'd love to. Courtney Walker, for the record, 782-6215.
Thank you.
Miss Ellie offered her phone number. What?
Right, and so I want to be, and I want to be, clear about what I'm thinking too. I guess I throw things out there like appeal. I imagine in my head that there would be more like the assessor's process where you come in and go, whoa, you've got me valued at whatever, and you say I've got a 400 square foot house, but I only have a 380 square foot house. You come in, they check it out, verify, and they update the files. So I'm not necessarily anticipating like this huge appeals process. Just people coming in. That's kind of how I imagine in my head. But who does that, right? And who manages that, and who controls it? I think what needs to be defined. Like, who is the contact for such things for the rates themselves? So I know 400. I know. I just my tiny home. But that's kind of what I was imagining. Not this huge appeal form. You could come in and go, hey, look, you've got like all of my landscaping under non-permeable, and it's definitely permeable, and we look at the aerial and look at the thing and go, yep, you're right, let's fix that. That's kind of how I imagine this would go. So if that helps.
And I know that Mr. Pullman had a question about the nexus between critical lands and stormwater, and I can say that there is a direct nexus between critical lands and stormwater. We've recognized that our ranchers and farmers do, by keeping their lands open, take on the ability to collect a lot of stormwater on our behalf and allow it to permeate back into the ground. And I'm reminded of May of 23 when Mr. Gerticke himself took maybe 4 or 5 times the amount of water that he would normally take in an irrigation season onto his property off of the Dangberg Reservoir, which was and what was critical to us in maintaining public safety. So we don't want to forget that nexus and that importance of keeping those lands open. Besides the normal irrigation process. So thank you. Okay, if we have no other questions, I think we're concluding that particular item. Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian, I don't want to forget you there. So, not hearing anything, so... Okay.
Mark, you've been trying to forget me for 6 years now. I'm not going to let it happen.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. Okay, so with that, we'll go to item number 14 for presentation only. It is 4:15 in the afternoon. For presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Rice, anything to share tonight? Not seeing anything. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything you wish to share?
No, thank you.
Okay. Just one more opportunity. Commissioner Hales.
Yeah, just a few things to note. One is Carson Water Subconservancy District will be doing some long-term planning over the coming months, and so will the fine Douglas County representatives on that board will be vitally involved in that effort. And then I have a bunch of arts announcements. One is that the very first sketch of what the Performing Arts Center might look like, Community Arts Center, has been prepared, and the Parks and Rec Board will be looking at that shortly for those nonprofit groups to be working on. And then there is, I'm the announcement lady for arts events. A Carson Valley Quilt Guild show, June 6th and 7th, and I've been to this thing and it's amazing. So I have a few of these right here, so come get one if you're at all interested. Then in conjunction with Carson Valley Days, there's an art show that's always very good, June 12th through 14th at the CVIC Hall. Come get this information if you want it. And lastly, this Saturday, May 23rd, there is an artist reception from 1 to 3 at the Copeland Gallery that has Lisa and Jim Daggett jewelry and Angelina Gilroy portraits and appetizers served. So if you're interested, all those great things happening.
Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you. So, yeah, we've had a few things going on. I was with the, which kind of took my thunder on that one, but the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, we did go through the master planning part of what they're looking at doing with the theater. It does completely encompass the structure, so they're not looking to, with what they're proposing, to go outside of the structure. And they're looking at some things that can be happening immediately, like a black box theater, and can possibly converting one of the cinemas to local films or indie films while keeping the other ones open for the regular big ticket films, or whatever you call those guys, the big market, large market versus the indie stuff. And that can get things going right away. So there's a lot of things they're working on there that was good to see. And I liked how they presented it because they didn't put dollars on it. They put like the little restaurant symbols, like this is the $2 signs, the $3 signs. This is the $6 signs to $10 signs version. So it kept you from just looking at the numbers and going, okay, I can see the steps and how they got there. So it was really good in their presentation. And they'll be filling those in with numbers. But for this initial planning stage, it was a good presentation. Also, I am possibly not going to be here at the next meeting because I will be returning from Washington, D.C. on that day, but I'm going to check my itinerary to make sure I can.
Next meeting, which is next Thursday.
Oh, is it with my one off?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the next Thursday is.
Right. The
You
regular
won't be
meeting.
here for June
The
4th.
regular one, the June 4th. Sorry. I forget the special, all the special things, but
I
yeah.
just want to make sure. you're-
So, yeah. No, I'm taking off for that one too. So I'll let our guest commissioner take my spot tomorrow on that one. Nope, that was it.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to mention that when I first wrote this down, it was 15 minutes. Now it's only 10 minutes. Okay, Main Street Gardnerville, their first wine walk of the season happens this afternoon up and down the Main Street. And so, anyways, and if you haven't been by and seen the tremendous amount of work that they did on the parking lot of the Main Street gas station, it's absolutely incredible. So, but take an opportunity if you want to visit our businesses this afternoon and partake if you wish, if you're so inclined. Okay. Also, I wanted to mention on May 27th at 4:30 at CVIC Hall, we will have another Title 20 update meeting. So please take an opportunity to visit that because we need public input on that. And then, of course, on May 28th, we do have our final budget meeting. We'll be discussing these three items again. And also, and that's a change of venue. That'll be also at the CVIC Hall. Okay, so make sure you put that on your calendar. We expect a huge amount of folks to see us approve our final budget. That's kind of tongue-in-cheek. So anyways, with that, that's all I have. So that concludes our comments. Commissioner Rice, I wanted to give you one more opportunity in case you're back from the restroom. Okay, never mind. We'll go to closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction, control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Mr. Heffernan.
Charles Heffernan. I want to just thank you for indulging me one final time, and I just wanted to clear the air, or clear the record, I guess. I was under a misunderstanding about the process. So thank you, Vice Chair, for asking that question and for the very good explanation of the process, where we are in the process. So good luck next week.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Yeah, just some cleanup on what we heard today. I'm looking forward to having additional information about how the parcels are identified, medium, large, so on and so forth. Thank you for bringing up the CVIC Chair Gardner, and I know it'll be in the pre-buzz. Might be a good idea. I don't know where or how else you want to highlight it. On Nextdoor, Facebook. I don't do those things, but it's a good idea. I know there'll be a sign on the door, but some people are late and they'll be rushing to get down there, so we don't want any issues with late. Clearing up how this is going to be billed in July. That was another question that I've been getting. Just the explanation, how it's a line item, what does it mean? Is it an annual? Is it a monthly? It just, the way the coordination of the presentation materials showing you a monthly breakdown is a good thing to help with. Also, I'd like to suggest, especially for commissioners that aren't present, a lot of people that watch on Zoom don't know who's speaking, and maybe like staff does and our county manager does very well as the DA, announce who you are. I know it's hard to, like, we get up here and sometimes forget to do the same. Also, I highly encourage you to bring back Zoom. We all try to come and be present, and there's a lot of times people have appointments, things they can't completely sit through a meeting or a portion of the meeting. Most of the other jurisdictions and TRPA, all the places I go, still have that. They do limit the number of minutes for public comment, even during a certain specific item. I just think it's a really good thing. I want to thank Mr. Slade for bringing up the Perry issue. The Planning Commission heard somewhat different information than the Board of County Commissioners, and there's some confusion on how and why it was overturned, and because of the difference of the information brought forward. So I think consistency is really invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. We all get up here, and I'm sure you get tired of hearing us sometimes. I know I would if I were sitting in your seat. But sometimes we're talking about very serious things. And when I was saying that this stormwater utility is an opening to the wrong people doing the wrong things with it, I was dead serious. It needs to be tightened up to the point to where we won't have a developer all of a sudden find a loophole in it and take advantage of it. Can I tell you what that loophole is right now? No, I can't. But there will be some, and there will be those out there that will try to take advantage of it. So please try to tighten things up a little bit. The other thing on this stormwater utility, and consider my phone call to you right now, the map makes no sense whatsoever. I don't want to have to be arguing with the county. I've tried calling the county on another issue and got caught in a loop. And when I've actually got a live person to talk to, they said, well, you have to do it through the computer. I can't do it any other way. And I said, it is not working. Can you not just take the information until I get it to work? Nope, can't do that. If that's what this turns into, you're going to have a serious problem because people are not going to be happy with it. They're not going to be happy with paying whatever the fee is. That's a given. A lot of people can't afford it. I can afford whatever you're going to charge me on it. That doesn't mean I want to pay it. I want it to be fair and stuff. And right now, but what I see on the map, you've all been to my house. You've seen the kind of landscaping I've got and everything. To say that all 2 acres is in a quote measured thing, and I don't even know what that means. I thought there was only 3 levels, small, medium, and large, and then commercial. Now it's measured. That to me is just utterly ridiculous and everything. So I'd like an answer on that. You know, is the map wrong? If it's wrong, you better get it corrected before it goes into effect. And if it's right, then I've got a real problem with you because it's not right. But the fact that you said you're listening to us and you'll change your mind, that's important. You should listen to us and change your mind if you think it's necessary. And a lot of times we do think it's necessary you change your mind. But this is one that I can see is open for some bad stuff to happen down the road. Because like I said, right now, you guys probably run it very nicely. But in 5 years, 10 years, who knows who could get on that board and what they would do with it. And if you think people don't do that, look at what's going on across the country with all these well-meaning things that have gone on that have been corrupted. So, thank you.
Thank you.
In order, as usual. Jim Slade. It's important to differentiate between TDRs and PDRs. I think you understand that, but the Transfer of Development Rights program has not been as successful as we had hoped. That's due in large part to the Great Recession and COVID, both of which had serious negative repercussions for the housing market. We already have plenty of receiving area, already approved, over 4,000 acres. And the building boom that seems to have already started, that should increase the value of those TDRs, making the program more viable. You should, though, before it becomes an issue, prohibit the transfer of development rights between basins, say Topaz to Carson Valley or vice versa or any other possibility. The purchase of development rights, on the other hand, is a means by which the county buys the development rights using, for instance, funds from the proposed stormwater utility or potentially from the quarter-cent sales tax increase for open space, which the board could pass without putting it before the voters and would cost far less than the proposed stormwater utility fees. The development rights should always be retired, of course, as others have mentioned. And, you know, I know it's been stated that impact fees are challenging to impose. I don't care how challenging they are. You should do everything in your power to impose them because the developers for decades have been getting off scot-free. They make millions on these projects. They should be paying a fair share of the fees in the form of impact fees that will at least go a long way towards resolving some of these alluvial flash flood issues in East Valley. They should have been paying those fees for the last 30 years. So whatever it takes, you need to make your best effort to impose, particularly on building, of course, in the floodplain, in East Valley, on Park Ranch, in Virginia Ranch, those places before they start firing up their building, you should impose those, figure out a way to impose those fees. And I guess that's about all I have to say, except maybe Chairman Gardner could remind me of where and when the next Title 20 workshop is.
Next Thursday, next Wednesday.
Next
Wednesday, CVIC Hall, 4:30. Next Wednesday. Additional public comment? Okay, since there's no additional public comment, the meeting is hereby adjourned. We'll see you back next Thursday, CVIC Hall.